area, but we want to let those folks up there near Ackerman and Starkville know what is headed in their direction. Actually, right now we have on the phone Mallory White, who is the External Affairs Director for MEMA. Mallory, tell us what you have been working this afternoon in terms of damage across central Mississippi.
Hi, Ken. Yeah, we haven't gotten any official damage reports in from our counties. Once the storm system passes through, the county EMA directors will go in and start doing damage reports. We know that we're already going to see some out of the Yazoo area, as y'all been reporting some damage there. And so I think our big message, and I think it's the same for everyone, is to find your safe place, have a weather plan, a place that you need to go. If you live in a mobile home, find a sturdy shelter. And we understand that coronavirus is going on right now. So if you do have to go to a public shelter, we ask that you wear some type of face mask to protect yourself and others.
All right, Mallory, very good information there. Do you have information about which shelters are open right now, or are those up to the individual counties?
It is up to the individual counties. So MEMA, we do not control that. Your county EMA directors are the ones that make the call to open those county safe rooms. I do know Rankin County safe room is open, Copiah County, Pike County safe room, and we are working on a better system of getting that information out to you. But your EMA directors will have that information, and your counties will as well. So if you do have a question on whether or not one of your counties does have a safe room that's open, we encourage you that you call your county EMA directors.
All right, Mallory, thank you so much. I know you're going to be monitoring the situation just as we are for the rest of this afternoon, because I don't think we're done yet. We've got more storms now moving through west and south Mississippi. So thank you, Mallory White. She is the External Affairs Director for MEMA.
Thanks, Ken.
And Director, let me know if we've got any of that video from Yazoo County, from Scotland. Okay, so we're ready to go. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at. Yes, we want to go to Scotland. She's a member of our storm team. She's our newest meteorologist here at 12 News, and she is storm chaser, or has been this afternoon in lightning. She has been positioned up in Yazoo County when the storm moved into the county. So we had her in the correct position, and she has been out there kind of surveying and assessing some of the damage that she has seen. So Scotland joining us right now from lightning. Tell us what you have seen this afternoon, Scotland.
Yeah, Ken, so what you said was right. We were positioned in the right spot and we were safe. And after it passed, we went to where we thought the tornado hit, which was the Yazoo County Airport. Find any damage. We went less than a mile down the road, and it is a prime example of why the public should take heed to what we are saying, because we went to the Yazoo Ginning Company. It's a Yazoo Planner Ginning Company, and the bunker where seasonal employees come to stay was completely destroyed. We spoke with the president of the company, as well as Terry Gann. He's the chief investigator of the Yazoo City Sheriff's Department. We talked to them, and they told us that no one was there, but it is where seasonal employees would stay whenever they would come to work. But now it is completely damaged. We were warned that there were down power lines around the area that were still hot, and they had to shut off the water. It was spewing up out of the ground. There were mattresses lying around everywhere. So you could tell this was a home. And then a community member drove up as we were about to leave, and he told us he just lives a few houses down, and his house was not touched. His garbage can was even still standing, and it was just crazy to him how just a few houses down the road this bunker was just completely destroyed. So that's basically what we saw at, again, the Yazoo Planner Ginning Company. So back to y'all in the studio, Ken and Jacob.
All right, Scotland, thank you so much for that information, and good job getting those pictures to us and being in the right position to get that damage. And just an incredible video there. So thankful that no one hurt as that storm hit Yazoo County earlier today. This being Easter, that might have been one of the reasons why people weren't actually there in that building. So that was a good thing. Jacob, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, yeah, Ken. So again, out of our viewing area, we had a tornado touchdown right near McCool. That's on the edge of Walthall County. And I just wanted to give an update for folks. It looks like that this tornado is still on the ground. We have tornado damage reports from the Noxubee County or Neshoba County or Winston County, excuse me, there in between Ackerman and Louisville on Highway 15. And this looks to pass kind of towards the just to the north of Louisville, south of Starkville. Again, Mississippi State included in a tornado warning, but it looks like the main rotation here is just off towards the south of Ackerman and Starkville, and this was in McCool and Weir. We're getting damage reports from those areas as well in Walthall County. So no current tornado warnings here in central Mississippi. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This goes for Madison and Leake County now until 4 o'clock. So for the next hour, damaging winds and hail going to be possible. We're watching for any rotation, and I'm not seeing any. That's the good part right now in any of these storms, including in South Mississippi. What we're going to have to watch next is South Mississippi. This is where we have not had storms yet, and we have some broad rotation right now in Pike County in this storm, and it is moving into a more favorable environment. Our forecast models, high resolution of the next couple of hours, evolve this storm into possibly rotating. So this is really where we're watching next. Right now in Macomb, no severe weather threat for you, no warnings, severe or tornado, but again, some broad upper level rotation in this storm that really, if I'm just going to zoom in here, I just want to take a second and look over the past couple of minutes if this has been either tightening or weakening. Down in Pike County, and it looks like that this may be tightening. Again, no tight rotation that would signify a tornado, but it does look like that we could see the potential for some strengthening of this storm. And we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came in for much of the metro, Ken. It looks like 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail. We'll go back over to Chief Meteorologist Ken South. That includes Jackson, right?
Yes, it does, at least a portion of Jackson. So this is the brand new severe thunderstorm warning, literally issued seconds ago. This severe thunderstorm, which is right now near the Raymond, the Clinton area, is moving off to the north and east. And it's capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and about quarter-sized hail. Obviously, we're going to be looking for rotation as well out of the storm. But for right now, severe thunderstorm moving. Let's see if we can get a forward motion on this. Bear with me. It is moving to the northeast at about 70 miles per hour. I thought it might be moving quickly because notice how long this polygon is. They expect it to move very quickly across this area. So what are the areas that are downstream here? Well, the city of Madison is within this severe thunderstorm warning, as well as the city of Canton, all the way up through Madison County. So the severe thunderstorm now near Clinton, which is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, is going to be moving northeastward very quickly into Madison County at a rate of 70 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen. So we'll give you a little analysis on this storm. I know it's not a tornado warning, but we're in an environment where these severe thunderstorms can be upgraded to a tornado warning if rotation is indicated. Now, we're not seeing that right now. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look inside the storm to see if we are seeing any type of rotation, and we're not. We don't see any kind of couplet at all, which is great news with the storm, but it is a severe thunderstorm, and you see the lightning associated with it right around the Clinton area right now. So you're going to hear a lot of thunder. You're going to see a lot of lightning, especially if you live north of Clinton, and all of this is going to be sliding northeastward towards Ridgeland and Madison, Lake Caroline, Annandale, as we go through the next several minutes. I'm going to plug in 70 miles per hour into Live Eye Max 12, and we'll take this out over about the next 23 minutes. And here you see some of the areas that are going to be in the path of the storm. Presidential Hills, that of course is in the city of Jackson. So the western part of Jackson will be affected by this severe thunderstorm. Also Tougaloo, we all know where that is. It's right around the county line of Hinds and Madison counties. In the city of Madison at about 324, Gluckstadt at 326, and Meltonville at about the bottom of the next hour. So be on the lookout over the next several minutes between now and 3:30, the next 22 minutes. This storm will quickly move across this area, producing hail up to quarter in size, lots of dangerous lightning strikes, very heavy rain, and gusty winds on the order of 60 miles per hour. We've also got another severe thunderstorm warning right there. It picks up in Madison County. This is for Leake and for Madison counties. That warning is going to go until 4 p.m. So it's moving at about the same rate of speed. So you can see that it's already moved from Madison, almost getting into completely Leake County right now. But the city of Carthage is under this severe thunderstorm warning. So tornado warning for the Starkville area, also south of there toward Louisville, and then farther to the southwest to include Carthage, Leake County, and most of Madison County because of the storm coming out of the Clinton area. You're under severe thunderstorm warning, and that will be in effect, I believe, until 3:45. That is the expiration of this latest severe thunderstorm warning. So it's 3:10 right now. We've got 35 more minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning. I just want to show you though that we do have some storm reports now beginning to come out from the storms that came through the lower end of the Delta from earlier today. It takes a little while for these storm reports to get into our system, but we're seeing that right now. There you see the tornado icon. That's where we had the tornado damage, which we just showed you. Our meteorologist, Scotland Williams, was in that area earlier this afternoon getting pictures. One building completely destroyed. Thankfully, no injuries, no fatalities as that tornado touched down right there just to the northwest of Yazoo City in northern Yazoo County. And we're getting more reports of wind damage in and across this area. And there's the potential for that as we go through this afternoon, especially in the Pine Belt, as we are getting into the maximum heating of the day late this afternoon between 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Those temperatures soaring into the upper 70s, low 80s, and that makes the atmosphere pretty unstable. And as these storms roll into that unstable environment, we could see them strengthen even more than they are right now. Of course, we're going to be watching what's happening around the Macomb and the Lincoln County area. Jacob, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, yeah, Ken. So I wanted to give everyone a view here from downtown Jackson. This is a severe thunderstorm right now over western Hinds County. This has a severe thunderstorm warning on it that is continuing now for Hinds, Madison, and northern Rankin County until 3:45. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And notice how low these clouds are. We just have a sliver there of the, I guess, the sunshine or clearer skies just on the horizon. This is the base of the storm right now, and that is essentially Clinton. Again, we're looking from the Capitol Towers, Standard Life, King Edward. There's the railroad tracks currently. And beyond that is Clinton out in western Hinds County. There's the severe thunderstorm. And up ahead of it, we kind of have an opening there. And that's where we're seeing a possibly inflow coming in. And we're getting an updraft. And then we're forming hail and gusty winds that are gusting out ahead of this. So I want to show you what that looks like on Live IMAX 12 radar. So here is downtown Jackson. And then as I switch over to our radar mode, here is that view. So right now we were looking from Jackson over towards Clinton and lots of lightning, and we're getting the inflow notch there with significant damaging winds. And again, if you're in northern Hinds County as well as in Madison, Ridgeland, heads up, a strong thunderstorm. It's not a tornado, but significant 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds as well as hail is going to be possible on this. In fact, right near Clinton, we're getting reports of 1-inch hail. That's quarter size. This just crossed I-20, and so this is a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for most of the Jackson metro. So a strong thunderstorm moving through, though it's not a tornado warning. It looks pretty nasty here on our downtown tower camera. We're getting lots of frequent lightning. I was seeing if we may get a strike here on camera, but still very strong winds with this storm. It is moving upstream into the northern Madison County area. So Madison, Ridgeland heads up a strong thunderstorm. There's the view from downtown Jackson right now. And again, we're kind of seeing the base here right there, the lowering. See that? That's where we have a rotating, a broad rotation, and that's an updraft that is needed to support hail And that's what we saw out in Clinton. That's what we have the reports of, and also gusty winds out ahead of this. So right now, though, this is not producing a tornado and not having tight rotation. But regardless, a severe thunderstorm warning for the metro. Lots of people going to be impacted as we head into the afternoon. Ken South is tracking this storm on Live IMAX 12.
Yeah, we're tracking this storm moving through the metro and also the ones farther to the north and to the east. Now, this severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Madison and for Lee County, it's been dropped for Madison County, but you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning because of the cell that Jacob just showed you now coming in from the southwest. And it's coming in quickly. Remember, it's moving to the northeast at about 70 miles per hour. So there's one severe thunderstorm warning here coming out of Hinds County, the Clinton area, moving towards Madison County very quickly. And then we've got another severe thunderstorm warning here, which is now completely in Lee County. Both of these are going to be capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, dangerous lightning, and large hail up to about at least a quarter in size. Do want to also mention that because we've been talking about it, that we've gotten an update on this tornado warning. Again, it's a little bit out of our area, but it's close enough that we wanted to tell you folks what is happening with this tornado warning in Winston County near Louisville. I'm going to see if I can get some information on this. This storm capable of producing right there near Louisville, golf ball sized hail, capable of producing a tornado. Say capable because this is a radar indicated rotation now. Earlier, it was an observed tornado because we had a debris signature just to the east of the McCool area produced by the storm. Now it's a radar indicated rotation. And you can see more tornado warnings being issued for, let's say, east central Mississippi between Starkville and Meridian. So it's going to be an active afternoon, it looks like, to the northeast of us and really for the rest of us as well. We don't have any tornado warnings in central Mississippi, but they are severe thunderstorm warnings. And we've got a tornado watch in effect, which means that conditions are right. They are favorable, in fact, for severe thunderstorms to quickly spin up tornadoes. So if we get a tighter rotation indicated by any of these storms in our area around the metro or even points south, those will be upgraded to tornado warning. Speaking of rotation.
Yeah, and
okay.
We just got a severe thunderstorm warning down in Pike County that is a tornado possible.
Okay.
Excuse me, there's my mic.
Go ahead and take Jacob.
Yeah, so if we come over to here, Max 1, here's an overview. We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and I want to take you down to Macomb is included in this. Macomb, Magnolia Summit. We're zooming now into South Mississippi where there is a possible tornado, but a severe thunderstorm warning, significant damaging winds, a large hail with this for Mitt and Pike counties. And what I'm going to do here is switch over to our wind mode. Check this out. We have very broad rotation. It's been tightening up, though, near Magnolia and Macomb. And this is, again, as Ken was saying, this is a very favorable environment for tornadoes. This is to the south in what we call the warm sector. This storm, unlike the storms that we're likely seeing along the Mississippi River right now, is surface-based. And what that means at this storm is near the ground, and if rotation tightens up, could put a tornado on the ground. So right now in Pike County, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 4 o'clock for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But we're also watching rotation. So Macomb, Magnolia, go ahead and head indoors because this is a very dangerous storm, significant lightning as we track this for you. So across the county, we're seeing lots of lightning with this. So again, a warning now, a severe thunderstorm warning for Pike County. So we're seeing kind of more widespread. It looks like we had a little break here, but we're kind of recharging the atmosphere, and we're now seeing rotation down in Macomb with a severe thunderstorm warning, and also in the metro. We're not seeing rotation, but we're seeing a severe thunderstorm. A heavy rainfall, gusty winds right now moving into downtown Jackson. Again, we're looking here from our tower camera off towards the due west. There's the Standard Life building. This camera is on the Capitol Towers downtown, the Secretary of State building. And as we look off towards, there's Jackson State, the water tower there. We see these dark clouds, and I want to point out some of these clouds. Look how low they are. These are these more surface-based storms with a very strong southerly flow, and that is going to be continuing as we head into the afternoon and evening. So all of central Mississippi is still under a tornado watch. I know that the main threat has ended for the Delta and back in Louisiana, but this has not been trimmed back yet, and it is still called a particularly dangerous situation. Right now, as of 3:17, no tornado warnings, but a watch continues, and that means all of these storms that we have to keep an eye on as we head into the afternoon. Ken? Did you have an update on that?
Yeah, just that we have some pictures coming in
awesome.
from Pike County, from that area, from a traffic camera. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Yep.
We'll zoom into the Pike County area. There you see the severe thunderstorm warning.
Wow.
This severe thunderstorm is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. And there you can see what's happening right now. This is actually near the Summit area along Interstate 55 in Pike County. We've got squally weather moving through that area right now. We don't see any indication that hail is being produced by the storm, but we know we're going to get heavy rain, some lightning strikes, and gusty winds on the order of 60 miles per hour, which of course can produce damage. And there you see that squally weather moving. You can see the wind blowing that rain there across the road right now in Pike County. So this is happening in Pike County near Summit, but we've got severe thunderstorms really all over central Mississippi. This is the latest one, and as Jacob was mentioning, that there is at least some rotation with this. It's not tight enough to prompt a tornado warning just yet, but that indeed looks to be possible as we go through this afternoon, as it moves into the Pine Belt and into this area that is more unstable. We've been talking about this all afternoon, this part of the state breaking into sunshine, warming up into the upper 70s to low 80s, and then you get these severe thunderstorms rolling into that environment where we have very strong wind shear. That's winds changing direction and speed with height as you go up in the atmosphere. So at the surface, we've got our winds coming in from the south, but as you go up in the atmosphere, they start to veer off to the southwest and to the west. That's rotation right there, and you get those updrafts generated by those severe thunderstorms, and that can put down a tornado. So that's what we're going to be looking for with this storm now coming out of Pike County. So if you live in Lincoln County, Walthall County, Lawrence County, Marion County, Jefferson Davis County, all of this is going to be headed into your area over about the next 30 minutes to an hour. The storm moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live IMAX 2 full screen, and we'll track this storm down around Macomb, because I think that's actually the strongest storm that we've got going right now, actually in our viewing area. So there's a close-up look at the storm, and there you see the yellow polygon right there. It's just for Pike County. And by the way, this warning issued by the National Weather Service out of New Orleans. They have responsibility for Pike and for Walthall counties, but Jackson has responsibility for these counties surrounding this area, for Lincoln and Lawrence and Marion and Jefferson Davis. So the National Weather Service offices will be coordinating with each other to see if we're going to continue this warning a little bit farther off to the northeast. But let's check out if we've got rotation here, and we're going to zoom into this part of the storm where we see the cluster of lightning strikes indicating a lot of motion, a lot of chaos in the atmosphere. And sure enough, if we take a look at the velocity, the wind speed, and the wind direction within the storm at cloud level, we are certainly seeing that we've got winds moving in opposite directions, as analyzed by our radar site in Rankin County near Brandon. Now, is it a tight couplet? No, it's not, but we still do have rotation here. It is broad, and we've got very strong winds. Negative 74, that means that those are inbound winds toward the radar site moving toward Brandon, but the red shaded area notes 30-mile-per-hour wind at cloud level. Those are winds moving away from the radar site. But notice, again, it's very broad. It's over most of Pike County right there. For a tornado warning to be issued, you would want that circulation to tighten up. If that happens, this severe thunderstorm will certainly be upgraded to a tornado warning. But for right now, we are looking at a severe thunderstorm warning. But it's going to be nasty here over the next several minutes in Pike County, then moving eventually into Lawrence County up around Monticello. We're already getting some rain there, and also south and east of Boca Chica in Lincoln County, and southeast of Brookhaven and Lincoln County as well. Northern Walthall County, and eventually into the Prentice area of Jefferson Davis County. All of this is going to be moving in your direction. So I know you're not under a tornado warning right now, but there is that possibility there over the next several minutes that a warning could be issued in your area. So we want you to think about where your safe spot is and be thinking about not only where it is, but how can you get there and how can you be safe if this storm is upgraded and moves across your area. So that's all right, we got the traffic camera once again in Pike County. Let's zoom in a little bit more. See Summit. You see the town of Summit. They're right on the edge of this severe thunderstorm warning. So the worst of the weather is actually south of Summit towards Macomb and Magnolia, and we are looking right now.
Pretty tight rotation. Yeah, I mean, if we kind of come back over here to Max 1, I mean, we have some tight rotation here. We don't have a tornado warning on this, but I mean, in this environment, I think here in South Mississippi, that we just need to treat this as a tornado. So if you're in Pike County, just go ahead and head to that safe place. I'm showing you right now here on Max 1 the velocity or our wind mode here, but Macomb to Holmesville here, this is Highway 98. Look at how close these winds here are together. We're seeing the red coming away from the radar, green coming towards. And we're kind of seeing some possible rotation in this area in Pike County. It's been broad, but it looks like it's been trying to tighten up. I mean, over the past couple of scans, would you agree here, Ken? I mean, it seems like these are now right next to each other. And so as I zoom in here along Highway 98, yeah, we just got a brand new tornado warning there as well. So again, we are the first on the air for a new tornado warning. We've been tracking the storm for 20 minutes here in Pike County. We were the first to warn you that we're now seeing a possible tornado just to the east of Macomb. Near Holmesville, Stella, seek shelter right now. There's a tornado warning. We're seeing 80-mile-per-hour rotation. A strong storm now about to cross Highway 98. And I'm going to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Ken South, who is now watching this warning. Again, Macomb, Fernwood, Magnolia, Holmesville, Topsaw, all included until 4 p.m. Pike County, South Mississippi. Please seek shelter right now. Again, here, Storm Team 12, we've been tracking this. Ken and I have been watching this storm for the past 30 minutes here on air, and now has been upgraded to a tornado warning. And we are watching the tight rotation. We've seen this quickly tighten up, and just in the past couple minutes, we just had a quick couplet here near the Jennings area along Highway 98, and that's moving towards Holmesville. And it looks like, okay, and we're also joining our WHLT viewers because this is also towards the Pine Belt and moving towards the Walthall County area. So we just want to give you an early heads up. So again, I think that we're also now on WHLT in the Pine Belt, WJTV, and the Jackson Metro as well. And I just want to let across central Mississippi, we're tracking a possible tornado here in South Mississippi. A new tornado warning. We're the first to bring you this. We've been tracking this rotating storm in Pike County for the past 30 minutes here on 12 News. And I'm going to send it now over to Chief Meteorologist Ken South.
All right. Thank you, Jacob. Just getting the latest information on this storm. So right now, this has been upgraded, as we mentioned that it might, to a tornado warning. There you see the original severe thunderstorm warning, and now the tornado warning takes over for really essentially the same area. This is a tornado warning for northern Pike County. It will be in effect until 4 p.m. Right now, the current time is about 3:26, so we're looking at 34 minutes on this tornado warning. You should know that if you live in areas to the northeast of here, the National Weather Service out of Jackson is paying very close attention to this, and we may see another warning issued downstream, which would be a little bit farther off to the northeast. So if you live in Lawrence, Lincoln, northern Walthall County, you need to pay close attention to what's happening right now in Pike County. Now, this storm, it's a radar-indicated rotation. And so a tornado is possible with this storm, as well as quarter-sized hail. Obviously, it's producing some gusty winds and a lot of lightning strikes. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and we will show you that the velocity scope, which we were showing a little bit earlier, and we were talking about how we thought that the rotation was fairly broad here. So one of the things that we look for here, you see this gray area between the red and the green that tells us that we don't have a tight couplet when we have the gray in between the red and the green. Well, what happened over the past couple of minutes is that the red and the green right in there, we don't have any gray area anymore. It's now considered a couplet. We've got the reds and the greens right next to one another, which again tells us that we've got winds moving in opposite directions right next to one another. So that's a couplet, and that was good enough to prompt that tornado warning, in this case by the National Weather Service coming out of New Orleans. So we know where the rotation is, and we know how fast it's moving. It's moving to the northeast at, let's see, about 65 miles per hour. So because of that, we're going to push this back over to the left portion of your screen. We're going to take a look at, we'll circle where the rotating part of the storm is. So that's where our radar indicated rotation is, where we've got a potential tornado. Now we're going to track it off to the northeast at about 65 miles per hour. So I've already plugged that into Live Eye Max 12, and notice that it's really only going to be in Pike County for about the next, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes. That would take us until about 3:45. Now, the warning is officially until 4 o'clock, but I think once we get past 3:45, the rotating part of the severe thunderstorm is actually going to be out of Pike County and likely farther off to the northeast. So again, if you live in extreme southeastern Lincoln County, southern Jefferson Davis County, northern Walthall County, you need to pay close attention. You're not under a warning yet, but you may be very soon. These are the towns that are popping up in the cone that I just drew, which again is beyond the tornado warned area, but we're looking at Topsaw at about 3:35, Enon at 3:38, and Topeka at about 3:44. And I believe that is in actually Lawrence County. So let's zoom out here so we can get our county straight. Yeah, that's Lawrence County. So Lincoln and southern Lawrence County. The next county over, of course, is Jefferson Davis County. So I'm going to clear this off, and we'll track it once again so we can go a little bit farther out in time. And there you go. I believe that new severe thunderstorm, tornado warning has been issued for Walthall County as well. So they have added, the National Weather Service in New Orleans has added Walthall County, because it looks like the rotating part of this is going to clip the northwestern part of Walthall County. So let's take a look at that new warning. Again, that is going to be until 4 p.m. Because of the storm moving northeast at about 65 miles per hour. There's a radar indicated rotation, so it's capable of producing a tornado and also some large hail from the storm. So rotation is going to be right there east of Macomb. We'll circle where the rotating part of the storm is, right in about this area, and then we're going to track it off to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. We're going to take it all the way over to about Prentiss. There you can see how it's going to clip northern Walthall County, southern Lawrence County, and eventually into Jefferson Davis County. So these places are within that cone that I just drew. Topsaw at 3:32, Sartonville at 3:41, Tilton at 3:48, Silver Creek, which I know is in Lawrence County, at nearly the top of the hour at 3:57, and then Prentiss, which is in Jefferson Davis County, at a few minutes after 4 o'clock. So seek your safe spot right now if you live in the tornado warned area, and even north and east of there over parts of Lawrence and Jefferson Davis counties. This dangerous storm is headed in your direction. Remember, we have seen tornado damage earlier this afternoon from storms that came out of Louisiana. Well, same thing is happening here. We're getting a storm coming out of Louisiana. We don't know that there's a tornado on the ground, but the possibility is definitely there. We've got a radar indicated rotation east of Macomb, moving toward, let's see, Walthall County and eventually into Lawrence County as well. In fact, I'm just going to take a look at velocity now. We'll just completely take off the radar, and there you go, right around, let's say, north of Holmesville, I would say, is where our rotation is. So it's right around the county line from Pike into Walthall County. We'll zoom in. We'll see some of these streets begin to pop in here. Oak Grove Road, the community of Dinan, east of Holmesville. And then in Pike County, we've got Pike County Road number 93, also Cowart Price Road, and River Road south. So this is the area being affected by the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado right now, and it's going to be moving into northern Walthall County. So if you're in Walthall County, if you're near Salem, Dinan, along Highway 27, Highway 583, you definitely need to be in your safe spot right now. It looks like the storm is going to be crossing Highway 583 in just the next few minutes, and eventually it's going to be crossing Highway 27 in about 7 minutes. It's only got about 8 miles to cover before it actually crosses Highway 27, either near or just to the north of the Salem area in Walthall County. So get in that safe spot, stay there until we sound the all clear. So looks like this is passing a little bit farther to the south. So even if you live in northwestern Marion County, north of Columbia, I would be paying close attention to this storm as it also tracks in your direction. All right, I'm going to go up to the north here a little bit, just put on all the watches and the warnings. No tornado warnings right now farther to the north, but Jacob, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings here. In fact, I believe this is a new one right around Yazoo City. So if you could tell us more about that one.
Yeah, so near Yazoo City, we're seeing some damaging winds. And unfortunately, we have lost, Ken, I don't know if you have it over there. We've lost connection with the chat. So I don't know if you could reestablish that. But right here is the severe thunderstorm warning. If we come over to Max 1, Eden, Yazoo City, there's the thunderstorm. Holmes, Humphreys, Yazoo County until 4:15. This is not rotating. We're seeing hail and damaging winds with this. We also continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning for Canton, Central Madison County until 3:45. Also seeing damaging winds with that, and for Carthage, Leake County. So 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, in the metro and up towards the north here in downtown Jackson. And our meteorologists behind the scenes we're kind of looking here from our downtown tower camera, and just a heads up, I'm about to take that live. So if we kind of position this in an area where we may be able to see or swing this around a little bit, there we go. So we're looking due north here from downtown Jackson. There's the Capitol building, the Walthall building, There's the low cloud cover and the severe thunderstorm now over the State Coliseum there. There's the Regions building, and we're seeing this lowering of clouds. That's the hail and gusty winds up towards the north. That's essentially, we're looking up 49 into Yazoo County. That's this storm, and that's the hail and damaging winds that we're seeing up there towards the north. Now, again, we're continuing to track a tornado that is now looking more and more significant in South Mississippi. We are this really tightened up here between Holmesville and Topsaw area, and again, a tornado warning continues until 4 o'clock. So for the next 30 minutes here, Sartonville, please seek your safe place. Salem as well, Highway 27, 583, and 44, and Walthall County. This is moving towards you very quickly. We have rotation. This really spun up again for the past 45 minutes. We've been eyeing this storm in Pike County. We were covering this before it was tornado warned, and now the warning has been extended into Walthall County, where we have this very tight rotation. And what we're seeing here is that the rotation is so significant, the radar actually thinks it's going in the opposite direction. So we're seeing significant winds right now. And just to get an idea of the wind speed, if we query the winds here, we're going to see wind speeds now 100 miles per hour and 58 miles per hour. So yes, this is a few thousand feet off of the ground. However, this shows tight rotation in this storm, significant damaging winds, and a likely tornado now moving towards Salem. Again, when we add these numbers up, we get 165 miles per hour of rotating winds here. And I've queried these correct pixels from our radar site here in Jackson. So significant rotation right now has crossed the county line from Pike into Walthall County, and that is the tornado on the likely on the ground pushing towards 583. We don't have confirmation of that. We're not seeing any debris here on our debris tracker. But as this moves off towards the north, again, everyone needs to seek a safe place right now. If Enon, 583 down to Dinan, seek shelter, Manning's Crossing Road, a Harveytown Road as well. Back towards Darbin, Sartonville Road, Dan Holmes Road, all in this warning. Salem to the north on 27. Please seek shelter right now. This is northern Walthall County. We have a tightening couplet here with a tornado possibly now on the ground. We don't have confirmation of that, but this rotation continues to tighten. A few thousand feet off the ground, we have 150 mile per hour winds rotating, and so that could certainly put down a tornado at any time, and it is moving to the north and east here at about 50 miles per hour. Again, I don't have the behind the scenes information on the exact velocity of that, but we're going to assume 55 because that's what these storms have been going at. So that's reaching East and West Sunny Hill Church by 3:40, 5 minutes away. Hope School 3:44, McGee's Creek Church, again not McGee's Creek Church there at 3:46, as well as Sartonville. This is in Walthall County, South Mississippi. A tornado possibly on the ground right now, and that is our tornado warning that continues until 4 o'clock for northern Pike and northern Walthall counties here. This is the storm that we've been watching that has a lot of rotation. Now across central Mississippi, that is our only tornado warning. We do have some severe thunderstorms in the metro and to the north. But again, what has happened here, we had tornadoes track from the Delta through Yazoo. Again, our meteorologist, Scotland Williams, saw the damage and was tracking that storm live in Yazoo County. Possibly, it likely touched down in McCool in Atala County. So that was one of our long track storms north of I-20. That was round one that we were forecasting, round one north of I-20. Now those storms have become a bit elevated. We're seeing some lowerings on our tower camera, but we have severe thunderstorm warnings north of the city. South of I-20 now, we have surface-based thunderstorms that are now tornado warned. This is a more favorable environment, so as we head towards the Pine Belt, this is what we're going to be watching over the next couple of hours as we head into the evening time, with strong, significant tornadoes still going to be possible. And again, just a reminder here before we go back and look at this rotation on radar, tornado watch for all of central Mississippi continues to be a particularly dangerous situation, and this watch goes until 8 p.m. We're still seeing those storms here in the metro from downtown Jackson. This is looking off towards the north and east. We are now, there is the Plaza building, there is First Baptist Jackson, and we are looking towards the reservoir. That is Madison County. That is the severe thunderstorm producing hail and damaging winds that moved through Madison about 15 to 20 minutes ago, now moving into Canton and northern Madison County. But again, we have a tornado warning. That's why we're on air, and Chief Meteorologist Ken South is tracking that in Pike County.
All right, thank you, Jacob. Here's a look at what's happening now down to the south of us on Live IMAX 2, camera 4, I believe. And, well, we do have in northern Walthall County, that rotation is very evident. It's clear of where that is. So that's coming out of Pike County into Walthall County. This is moving to the northeast at about 65 miles per hour. Very strong winds associated with this storm. And as we have been talking about, it's moving into an environment where we think it could go for a while. We have seen already long track tornadoes, or at least mother storms that have put down possibly multiple tornadoes, but basically the same cell producing damage for a long period of time over a wide area. So there's no reason to believe that couldn't happen again with this storm, because it's moving into that favorable environment as it heads off to the northeast across parts of the Pine Belt. So here's a look at Live IMAX 2 full screen. We're still analyzing this from our radar site out of Brandon near the Jackson area. I looked at this from the New Orleans radar. Actually didn't look as good as the Brandon radar, so we're going to stick with the Brandon radar right now. And again, very evident of what's happening here. We've got very strong winds moving in opposite directions right there. There you see the negative 77, the positive 7, and as I was talking about, the National Weather Service obviously coordinating with the National Weather Service out of New Orleans. Both offices in New Orleans and Jackson talking to each other, and the office in Jackson has decided that we need a tornado warning farther downstream for this cell, because again, it looks so good right now. There's a tight couplet with very strong winds moving into a favorable environment, so this is no surprise that we have got a continuation of this tornado warning. So this, I'm just going to read it off. The new tornado warning is the red polygon that we are focused on right here, and this is a tornado warning for northern Marion County, southern Lawrence County, southern Covington County, northwest Lamar County, and southern Jefferson Davis County. This new tornado warning is going to be in effect until 4:45. There is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and also quarter-sized hail. Now, they're saying that this is a radar-indicated rotation, so they're not confirming anything just yet. It's not an observed tornado. We're likely have not seen a tornado debris signature with this, but there's a really strong signature of a tornado, and I wouldn't be surprised if very soon it actually does reach the ground. So you got to know that if you're not only in northern Walthall County, but northwestern Marion County, also southern Jefferson Davis, southern Covington, and extreme southeastern Lawrence County as well, because this storm is going to be moving across your area fairly soon, because it's moving at a pretty good clip. It's moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So where's the rotating part of the storm? Well, it's right there. It's still near the Salem area, so we will clear this off. We're going to circle the part of the storm that is rotating, and then we're going to track it off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So type that in, and there's where your tornado is, or at least a radar indicated rotation with a severe thunderstorm, and we're going to track it out to the edge of this polygon. Over the next hour, it's going to cover about 55 miles. Remember, it's moving 55 miles per hour. So in this cone that I just drew, we're looking at these communities in the path of the storm. First to be affected is going to be Morgantown, which is in northern Marion County, north of Columbia, and that's going to be just before the top of the hour. So just a few minutes before 4 o'clock, it's going to be moving through northwestern Marion County. Beyond that, we're looking at Bassfield in Jefferson Davis County, Sumrall at about 4:23, Collins in Covington County at the bottom of the next hour at 4:30, and then Hot Coffee at about 4:40. Again, this morning, I believe, goes until, should be about 4:45. Let's clear this off. And I'm going to see how long this warning goes. And yes, it goes until 4:45. So this new tornado warning will be in effect for about the next hour from now until 4:45. Now, so we know where it's going. We've got some good lead time if you live in those communities that I just mentioned: Bassfield, Seminary, Collins, Sumrall, north of Columbia. You've got an opportunity. You've got a good lead time now to go ahead and get to your safe spot and stay there until we can sound the all clear. But if you're closer to where the storm is rotating, and Jacob, I'm seeing a donut right there.
Yeah, that's not good to see.
Yeah, that is not good. I know we've said that this is a radar indicated rotation.
And there's a TDS right now near Sartonville.
Okay, so
we got debris. Yeah.
All right, so now it's not radar indicated anymore. We have seen a tornado debris signature, which is not a surprise because, as I just said just a second ago, there's a donut here, which means that is where your tornado is right there. There's no doubt about it. There's a tornado. We've got a tornado debris signature. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in northern Walthall County, and it is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour north of Salem, and it's going to be headed into northern Marion County in the Pine Belt over the next several minutes. So it's moving at 55 miles per hour. So this is where our tornado is. It is only about 4 miles or 4 minutes away from crossing Highway 27, and it's about 8 miles or 8 minutes away from crossing from Walthall County into Marion County. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can get more times on here. Again, we don't even have to look at velocity anymore. We know exactly where this tornado is just by now looking at the radar, because we can see that donut hole right there north of Salem. So that's where our tornado is, and it is going to be tracking off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So 4 miles away from Highway 27. It's about 8 miles or 8 minutes away from getting into Marion County, and then after that, it's about 10 miles or 10 minutes away from crossing Highway 587. It's about 15 miles away from crossing Highway 13 coming out of Columbia. So north of Columbia, Highway 13 between Columbia and southern Jefferson Davis County. It's going to be crossing there in about 15 minutes time. So right now it's 3:45. You've got between now and the top of the hour, between now and 4 o'clock, if you live in this area, to get to your safe spot. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a clear sign that we have got a tornado. Not only that, but a tornado on the ground, which is going to be moving through the Pine Belt over the next several minutes. Likely it's going to be on the ground for a while because it's moving through that favorable environment. So I think, unfortunately, this is going to be one of those violent, long-track tornadoes that we were afraid might occur in this severe weather setup. So, again, that's happening right now. And if you live in this area, you absolutely do need to get to a basement or a storm shelter. If you don't have that, lowest floor of a nearby sturdy structure into a small interior room, staying away from windows and getting under something sturdy like a table or a desk, to give yourself the best chance to get through the storm, because this is likely going to produce some significant damage from Walthall into Marion County over the next several minutes, and it could do that farther to the northeast, into Jefferson Davis, into Covington, even into Lamar County as well. So I'm going to send it right now back over to Jacob.
Thanks, Ken. So again, right now here on Live IMAX 1, we are watching the debris signature that has just passed through Sartonville, which is in northern Walthall County. So here is Sartonville. I have circled this white and blue shading. That is the tornado debris, and that is a large, what we call debris ball, as this has crossed Highway 27. Confirmed damage now there in northern Walthall County is that we have a tornado on the ground in Walthall County moving towards the north, towards White Bluff. White Bluff Church, White Bluff 355. That's less than 5 minutes away. You need to seek your safe place right now. Society Hill, 4 p.m. and Shorts Chapel at 4:06. So again, we have a tornado on the ground right now in South Mississippi. Again, this is Walthall County moving towards Lawrence and Marion County county line. There is Tilton, there's White Bluff. We have Lawrence County, Marion County, and this is Walthall County right now in Sartonville. That is where the tornado is, and it has just crossed. It is on Sartonville Road right now. It's been there, crossed Highway 27, and it's moving now towards the east northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Carmick, White Bluff downstream here in 587. That's where we're going to be seeing the tornado pass as well, and also here in extreme southern Lawrence County. If you live on Holmes Road, Double X, Felix, Sarton Road, you should be in your safe place right now. Tornado is likely on top of you. This radar image is actually a few moments behind, and this large white and blue debris ball is now moving over Felix, Sarton Road. Yeah, wow, there it is. Certainly producing large damage. This is a large, violent, dangerous tornado on the ground. If you are in northern Walthall, northern Marion, southern Lawrence County, seek shelter immediately. Tilton, White Bluff, Society Hill, that is in southern Jefferson Davis County, excuse me. We have a dangerous situation now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground producing significant damage and a very tight couplet. My goodness, yeah, this is a violent tornado on the ground right now near Sartonville, moving between Highway 27 and Highway 587 in South Mississippi. So this tornado warning has been extended, and we have another tornado headed towards Macomb. And so we now have two tornado storms. These are both training. We have two tornadoes possible in South Mississippi. This one is on the ground right now, and we're just going to stay here for a moment. Again, if you know someone who lives in southern Lawrence County, southern Jefferson Davis, northern Marion County, you need to call them right now. We have a significant damaging tornado that has been on the ground for 5 minutes or more, producing major damage, and is now moving towards Highway 587, Tilton, Oakville, Society Hill, Goss, White Bluff, north of Morgantown. You need to seek shelter right now. There's the rotation near Sartonville. And again, as we turn on our debris mode, there is the debris ball. That is a lot of damage. This is not raindrops. This is trees. This is possibly shingles, leaves, other debris that this tornado has picked up in the atmosphere and is now moving towards White Bluff and Highway 587. As we look here on radar, a classic supercell. This is a dangerous storm with a classic hook echo and even a notch there. So we're getting a strong tornado developing. This could be on the ground for a while. This is why we are under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch as this tornado warning continues now for these counties in South Mississippi. This include Bassfield, Covington, Jefferson Davis, Lamar, Lawrence County until 4:45. And again, this is a dangerous tornado. So if you are downstream, if you're listening in Bassfield, Collins, Seminary, north of Sumrall, south of Prentice, north of Columbia, this is a violent tornado on the ground. You need to seek shelter in southern Lawrence, southern Jefferson Davis, Covington, northern Marion County. That we are giving you a big heads up here. This is going to do major damage. You need to go to an interior room, lowest level of your home. And can we have another tornado behind this possible tornado, right?
Yeah, that's right. So I'm already zoomed into kind of both of these areas on Live IMAX 2. This is the debris indicator. So we're just looking at the debris lofted into the atmosphere. So tornado on the ground right there, extreme southern Lawrence County, really right at the conjunction of Walthall, Marion, and Lawrence County. But it is producing damage and likely significant damage right now where this is moving through. Obviously, we hope this is in a rural area and the damage is being caused to trees are being affected by this storm, but it can move over communities as well. And with this large, violent tornado on the ground, that can do some major damage. So this is the tornado warning until 4:45 because of this situation. But farther down to the southwest, we're looking at another storm coming out of Amite County and into Pike County. Now this tornado warning, this one right here, again, this warning issued by the National Weather Service out of New Orleans. They have responsibility for these areas. This one is going to be until 4:15. And this is a radar indicated rotation. So serious situation as well, but the more pressing situation is what's happening right now, a little bit farther to the northeast of there, with that tornado debris signature now moving from Lawrence into Marion counties. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen so we can zoom in on that storm. And again, we're not going to ignore the other tornado warning, but the most pressing situation right now is this one right here. And what you're looking at, once again, is our debris signature. And there's a wide area that's being affected by this right now. So this is large tornado producing significant damage here right around the county line of Lawrence and Marion counties. So I'll zoom out and make sure that's correct. Yep, Lawrence, Walthall, and Marion counties. And this is quickly approaching Highway 587. As we zoom in more closely, you can see White Bluff is right in the crosshairs of this storm. It will be crossing, in fact, Highway 587 in just the next few minutes. The forward motion of this is increased to about 65 miles per hour. So let's take a look at this. It is only about a mile or two away from White Bluff and Highway 587 right now, and it's about 5 miles or 4 minutes away from Hawthorne, which is in southern Jefferson Davis County. Yeah, southern Jefferson Davis County, approaching Highway 13. So it's going to be moving across northwestern Marion County over the next several minutes. At least the next 5 minutes or so. It's going to be moving across extreme northwestern Marion County. We hope that you're in your safe spot already, but if not, you've got to get there very soon. If this crosses your area, it's going to produce significant damage, tree damage. We are seeing this tornado debris signature, which means that we have got things larger than raindrops being lofted into the atmosphere. We don't know what those things are. We're hoping it's just trees, but there's a really good chance, especially as it crosses these highways and gets into these smaller communities, that it could be affecting homes and businesses as well. And obviously you do not want to be in a vehicle traveling on these roads when a large tornado like this is moving across this area. You can imagine a large tornado crossing this highway and you're in a car, you really don't stand a chance. So that's why we say, please don't travel across these areas. Now I'm going to send it back over to Jacob.
Yeah, and again, this is now being declared a catastrophic tornado emergency here for White Bluff. This is northern Lawrence and Marion County, southern Lawrence County, excuse me, southern Jefferson, southern Marion County, Tilton, White Bluff here, 587. That is the highway between Monticello and Columbia. We have a dangerous tornado, catastrophic damage, a tornado emergency now includes Society Hill, Goss, Bassfield. And again, if we can just push this on social to John in Scotland as well. Bassfield Seminary need to seek shelter right now. We have a tornado emergency with a strong, dangerous tornado on the ground just to the north of Columbia, and it is right now in northwestern Marion County, moving into southern Jefferson County, and that southern Jefferson Davis County towards the Bassfield area. Again, the next 20 minutes or so, it's going to be in Bassfield, moving at 45 miles per hour. I'm going to put an extended track on this. And again, folks, if you are in this tornado warning anywhere along this avenue here from White Bluff, Society Hill, Bassfield, you know these roads, Highway 35, 587, 589, 531. Seek shelter right now. If you have family or friends here, you need to call them. This is a tornado emergency. Society Hill, this dangerous, significant, catastrophic tornado will be there in 5 minutes. Bassfield by 4:15, Collins 4:33, Eminence at 4:39. A significant tornado tornado emergency. Again, this is a threat to life and property, and this is probably the strongest tornado that we have seen so far today. And again, this is producing major damage here. Our debris tracker here is very large. This is a wide tornado ball of debris here from Tilton to White Bluff down to Morgantown. Society Hill, please be in your safe place right now. The tornado, this radar is about 3 minutes behind. The tornado is now crossing Highway 13, Goss, Society Hill. That is where the tornado is. We have a significant damaging tornado and get a tornado emergency now for South Mississippi. As we're on WHLT, WJTV, we have a donut here, a significant damaging tornado now at the county line of Lawrence, Jefferson Davis, and Northern Marion County. Again, and producing major damage. It has been on the ground for the past 15 minutes, and this is the significant tornado that we are tracking now. Bassfield, Seminary, Collins. These are major populated areas here in those counties at the intersection there. So if you have addresses for Prentice, Bassfield, Collins, Seminary, even Sumrall, Northern Columbia, please seek shelter right now. Again, as we turn on our velocity mode, a significant tightening of rotation in this storm, and we're seeing a large mesocyclone here, as we call it. The storm is rotating as an entirety here, and we're seeing a tight couplet now that has just crossed Highway 587. Now, I don't think that we have any traffic cameras in this area, but I wish that we could see what is on the ground, because it is a significant damaging tornado, likely producing debris right now. And this is the tornado emergency now pushing towards Bassfield. Again, if you live along Highway 13 north of Columbia, you have seconds in Society Hill and Goss to seek to your safe place. 43 and 13, that is where the tornado is, just to the north of Society Hill. Bassfield, you're going to be next, and not long as we put a track on this. Again, Bassfield is going to be in your neighborhood in the next 15 minutes. Again, a tornado emergency for Bassfield, Morris, Williamsburg, Collins, Society Hill. This is a dangerous storm, and this has debris that has been confirmed on the ground for the past 15 minutes here on our debris tracker. Lots of lightning this as well, and Chief Meteorologist Ken South is tracking the debris from this dangerous tornado right now.
Yeah, you're showing us what's happening with the rain and the lightning there and the winds, but this is the debris being produced by the storm. And again, you can see the large area. Usually when we have debris indicated by a tornado, it's maybe just a couple pixels wide. It's just a very small area, because most of these tornadoes are extremely small scale. As we saw earlier today with the one that hit Yazoo County, we had meteorologist Scotland Williams in that area, and she described to us one home completely destroyed. We had pictures of that. It was horrible. It was destroyed, but very close by, there were actually things that were okay. That's not going to be the situation with this one. This debris field is extremely wide. In fact, let's take a look at how wide this debris field is. It's 4 miles wide. So imagine destruction that is 4 miles wide. Now, we don't think that the tornado is 4 miles wide, but it's producing debris over that area. Again, just a large field of debris being produced by this storm. So I want to read off what the National Weather Service is saying about this tornado. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and I'm going to zoom in on the tornado in areas just downstream of there. So again, this is northern Marion County, southern Jefferson Davis County. That's where it's moving right now. So we'll put a track on this. It's moving now to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. These are the places that are going to be affected between now and 10 minutes after 4 o'clock. So the next 10 minutes, these places are going to be affected. And this is what the National Weather Service was saying when the latest update was issued from the storm. This is a tornado emergency for locations in the warned area. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You should take cover now. This is a deadly tornado, or it could be, has a potential being a deadly tornado. It is radar confirmed. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes and businesses and vehicles is likely. Complete destruction is possible. So that's the wording coming from the National Weather Service out of Jackson for this storm. Now, they were saying that this could happen in the tornado warned area and the tornado warning area is this red polygon right here. And in fact, I believe we just got another update. So I want to read that off to you. Right now, they're saying a tornado warning remains in effect until 4:45 for northeastern Marion, southern Covington, and northwestern Lamar and Jefferson Davis counties. Let's put another track on this so we know the area that we're talking about here over the next 30 minutes affecting these places. So again, I'm going to continue reading the verbiage from the National Weather Service out of Jackson. At 4 p.m., which was 2 minutes ago, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Society Hill, or 12 miles to the northwest of Columbia, moving to the northeast now at 55 miles per hour. This is a tornado emergency for locations in the warned area. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and you need to take cover right now. This is a radar-confirmed tornado because of the debris signature. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This tornado is going to be near Bunker Hill at 5 minutes after 4 o'clock, Carson at 4:10, Melba at 4:15, and the city of Collins at 4:25. Of course, Collins is a pretty big town, pretty big city in our viewing area. There you see Collins right there in the tornado warned area. So again, Jacob, this is just about as serious as it gets when we're talking about tornado warnings.
Again, this is a catastrophic tornado. Again, if you are in this area, if you have friends, family, co-workers, this is Covington, southern Jefferson Davis, northern Lamar, and northern Marion County. A significant tornado has been on the ground for 25 minutes. Major damage, homes, mobile homes, businesses, cars, anything in the path of this storm will be essentially wiped out. We are having a tornado emergency now for South Mississippi, and this is moving towards the Pine Belt. So I want to show you on our velocity mode here the significance of these winds right now crossing Society Hill and Highway 13. Bassfield, again, you have less than 10 minutes before this major tornado crosses Highway 42. We have significant damaging winds, and I'm going to show you how fast this rotation is. We have up to 125-mile-per-hour rotating winds here near Society Hill crossing 13. Highway 35, Highway 42 in northern Marion, southern Jefferson Davis County. Please seek shelter. A significant damaging tornado is 10 minutes away from your location. If you have a Carson, Bassfield, Morris, Dean, Hickory Grove, northern Marion County address, seek shelter right now. Society Hill, we have a tornado on the ground that is significant. And when we look at debris, this is a scary debris ball. And again, Chief Meteorologist Ken South is showing you this debris ball is 5 miles wide. I would not be surprised if this was a large destructive wedge tornado near Society Hill in southern Jefferson Davis County, northern Marion County, right here on the county line. We have a significant situation. Again, if you're in Society Hill, Goss, Carson, Bassfield, Dean, Morris, Hickory Grove, Seminary, Eminence, Collins, Sanford, call your family, call your friends. They need to be in a safe place right now. This tornado has just crossed Highway 13. I want to let Sartonville and White Bluff know you're in the clear from this tornado. However, there is a downstream tornado behind this that is producing a possible tornado in Pike County near Magnolia and Macomb. So 2 tornado warnings here in South Mississippi. This one is the tornado emergency. We have a classic supercell. This is the particularly dangerous situation that we were talking about today, folks. Covington, Jefferson Davis, Lamar, and Marion County, a tornado emergency warning that's reserved for the strongest and deadliest of tornadoes is now going until 4:45 for Bassfield, Sumrall, Seminary, and Covington. You need to be in the most interior safe place in your house, as many walls between you and the outside, lowest floor of your home, and a tornado shelter ideally if you have one. This is a significant tornado on the ground right now. And again, this is doing major damage. The National Weather Service calling this catastrophic. John Conway, I'm just wondering if we have any update on chat right now. But again, it looks like major rotation now about to cross Highway 35 and 42. Again, Bassfield, Carson, Dean, Morris. As I zoom in here to some of these roads, the tornado is right now over Greens Creek, Bass Burkett Road, moving towards Cantwell Mill, Graves Keys, North Williamson Road, Dean, Crossroads Church Road, Gates Road, Morris, Melba. These are all downstream towns here. Williamsburg, Dean, heading towards Cola, Seminary, and Collins in the Pine Belt. A significant tornado on the ground, and we are now getting major wind damage here from this tornado emergency, and significant damage now from this tornado with debris lofted in the air. So again, a tornado emergency continuing for South Mississippi, and this has been on the ground for about 30 minutes. So major damage continues to be ongoing. Again, hopefully by now, again, if you're just joining us after 4 o'clock, a tornado emergency here in South Mississippi, Bassfield, Seminary, Collins, anywhere within 20 miles here of this. Just to be safe, this is a major tornado emergency polygon. You need to call your friends and make sure that they are seeking shelter. We have a lot of communities in this warning. This includes, again, Highway 35, 42, 589, 184, 49, 590, 588 near Seminary and Collins. Bassfield, the tornado is imminent, and Chief Meteorologist Ken South is tracking the massive debris ball that has been on this tornado for the past nearly 30 minutes now, Ken.
Yeah, we're looking at that debris ball right there. It clearly stands out at you. We're going to track this over the next couple of minutes, but first I want to talk about this tornado warning a little bit farther to the southwest. We don't want to ignore that one either. We just got an update on that warning, and so far this is a radar indicated rotation, so we don't know that there's actually anything on the ground here, but this one is going to be in effect for Pike County and Walthall County for about at least the next 7 minutes or so. There's a tornado warning here until 4:15. But obviously, the more pressing situation, because we know this one is on the ground, is the tornado, very large, dangerous tornado, which is now moving through northern Marion and southern Jefferson Davis County. So let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and we're going to zoom in. Again, we're on our debris indicator here because that's going to give us the best idea of exactly where this tornado is. And the last update we had was about 7 minutes ago. It came out at 4:01 from the National Weather Service out of Jackson. But again, the situation has not changed. This is a tornado that is on the ground moving toward the Bassfield area. I'm not seeing the debris as prevalent or as it was just a few minutes ago, but I'm going to back this up in time. And this is where we first, right there, in Walthall County, north of Salem, first noted a debris signature that was at 3:41, and we can track this out in time. There you can see the tornado growing, a larger debris signature as it moved through northern Walthall County, then it moved through southern Lawrence into northern Marion County, the debris ball growing even larger, and then look at how massive this debris ball is as it crosses Highway 587, and now it's getting into Jefferson Davis County. But you don't see the ball like we had just a few minutes ago. And in fact, I think we just got another update from the National Weather Service. So I'm going to read this off. This came out literally just seconds ago. This is coming out at 4:09 p.m. Still considered, well, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Bunker Hill. So we're going to zoom into this area. We should see that, yeah, right there. You see Bunker Hill, or well, that's Society Hill, but it's moving towards Bassfield. Let me get the text back. Confirmed and a destructive tornado was located near Bunker Hill, or 14 miles to the north of Columbia, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a dangerous situation. You should take cover now. Now they are calling this a radar-confirmed tornado. So this is a little bit of a change. Remember, over the past couple of minutes, we're not seeing the debris ball like we did just a few minutes ago. So now they're saying this is a radar-confirmed tornado, but this is still they're saying a life-threatening situation. So please, if you're in this area, please still consider that this is a tornado that is on the ground, which is now moving through southern Jefferson Davis County toward the city of Bassfield. And eventually it's going to be moving into southern Covington County, probably closer to Seminary than Collins. But Collins, you are in the tornado warned area. If you are listening to us from either of these counties, even northern Marion County and northern Lamar County as well, if you're listening to us from that area, you should go ahead and take shelter and stay there until we can tell you that you are in the all clear from this especially dangerous storm. Again, Jacob, it doesn't look quite as bad as it did a few minutes ago, but this is obviously still a dangerous situation, and a tornado warning does continue until 4:45 for mostly southeastern Jefferson Davis County, around Bassfield and points east into southern Covington County, from Collins southward along Highway 49 through the city of Seminary.
Okay, thanks, Ken. So as we get over here to Max 1, wanted to give an overview right now. Again, we continue to have a tornado emergency for Jefferson Davis and Covington County. We'll get back to that in 60 seconds. First off, we have storms that are non-severe in the Jackson Metro up towards Kosciuszko. Also, it does look like, as forecast, we didn't see this initially. Now we have more supercells forming on a line back in Louisiana. We're going to have to watch that as another threat. And again, that may have been, Ken, we were kind of curious why they didn't cancel the tornado watch. It looks like supercells forming once again back in Louisiana. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, there is a tornado warning now in Pike County. This is not an emergency, but is still a tornado warning. You need to be in your safe place. This is the exact same spot where we had a confirmed tornado not long ago. Holmesville in Pike County looks, here we go again, Macomb to Holmesville here on 98, some rotation here. And now it has been moving towards the Walthall County area. So again, if you're in northern Walthall, northern Pike, please seek shelter right now. Okay, 60 seconds up. Let's go back to the tornado emergency now here for southern Jefferson Davis and southern Covington County. As Ken was noting, it looks like the debris ball has disappeared for the most part from debris tracker. That is good news, is the major debris has been lifted. I am a little bit hesitant though, because we may have less buildings in this area between Highway 13 and 35 and Bassfield, so that we may have lost any debris. Like that would probably be just trees. We should still see a little bit of leaves. We're having a little bit of a disturbance, but once this moves through Bassfield, you should still treat this very seriously. Usually when our wind mode gets a little wonky here on a radar, that is when we still show that this could be a very strong storm. It's tricking our Doppler radar out of Jackson, and we're seeing still very ominous signs here near Bassfield right now that there could be a tornado on the ground. And again, the National Weather Service is continuing to call this a tornado emergency here across central South Mississippi for Jefferson Davis and Covington County. And I do think that we have a camera out of Collins right now, and Collins is one of the spots inside this tornado emergency polygon. Here is the view right now, and again, we're seeing some rainfall, some gusty winds. Hopefully those people driving know that a dangerous tornado is on the way. Again, there should be no driving right now on Highway 49. Right now, you're looking south from Collins on Highway 49. You just saw a bright flash of lightning, and we have a very electric supercell that is now moving in this direction, and Collins is on the very northern edge of this. But again, if you live in Collins along 49 towards Eminence, Seminary, Sanford, seek shelter now. A tornado emergency includes this section of Highway 49 from Collins down to Sanford. So again, driving not suggested. These people need to get off the road. Hopefully they have friends and family watching who are calling them, letting them know that a dangerous tornado is still approaching. As we come back here to Live IMAX 1, I can still show you lots of lightning with this. There's our tornado warning polygon here, and this includes Collins Seminary, and we were in Collins looking south on 49. Again, 49 from Collins all the way down, that's Sanford there, Seminary, Eminence. Here, this entire stretch of 49, no travel is advised between Collins and Sanford. We could still have a tornado retouch down at any moment, and I don't see any indications that this still isn't on the ground. We're not seeing debris currently that is as significant as it was, but our wind mode here still extremely tight near Bassfield. That is moving towards Dean and about 10 minutes or 5 minutes away here from crossing the county line into Covington County. So what I want to do is put a forecast track on this. There's the rotation right now is just passed over Bassfield, and we have an update from the National Weather Service that says a catastrophic tornado is now imminent in Bassfield. So the National Weather Service still saying this is on the ground, an emergency observed, catastrophic damage in Bassfield, Seminary, and Collins. So though we're not seeing debris, it was likely because we had an unpopulated area of southern Jefferson Davis County. Again, if you are in Bassfield, you should be in your safe place right now. We still have a dangerous tornado likely on the ground. And again, Seminary Collins, we've been giving you a heads up for 30 minutes now, and this dangerous storm is now approaching your area of Highway 49. So as we track this out, here are the estimated times of arrival. Cantwell Mill, 4:19, Dean, 4:22, Collins, 4:33, Covington County Hospital there at 4:33, and Eminence at 4:39. As we switch over to debris mode, I'm not seeing a ball of debris. I'm seeing a lowering here that could be some, and we're going to have to watch closely. I still see a donut, though, and that is not a good sign. The tornado has likely passed through Bassfield now. Again, these radar scans take about a minute to complete. So this is a 1 or 2 minutes old. Dean, you should be in your safe place right now. That's likely where we have the tornado on the ground. Again, this tornado is moving along Graves Keep Road towards Crossroads Church Road towards the Covington and Jeff Davis County line. So Dean, safe place right now, North Williamsburg Road. This is the donut. This is the tornado right here. This blue dot, that is the where we have the absence of rain, and that's where the debris is. And Ken South now. Oh, the debris signature is now back on, and unfortunately, that's what I was concerned about. Yeah, so it moved through downtown Bassfield. So again, a tornado has just, a destructive, catastrophic tornado emergency for downtown Bassfield has just moved through. If we can post this, I just want to let people know Bassfield just encountered a dangerous tornado that has moved through. It is now tracking up Graves Keys Road towards Cantwell Mill right now. So Bassfield likely going to be reporting of damage. And again, this is the worst tornado signature that we have seen today, heading up Crossroads Church Road towards the Covington County line very shortly. So again, Collins, Eminence, Seminary, if you are in the majority of Covington County, a tornado emergency. You see that at the bottom of your screen. That is the highest level of tornado warning that exists for large, catastrophic, and dangerous tornadoes on the ground. It has crossed 35, heading towards Highway 49. So if you live anywhere in Collins, Seminary, Eminence, between there and Bassfield, a destructive tornado is on the ground right now, producing damage. And our chief meteorologist, Ken South, is surveying this storm with the scope tool, looking at the winds inside this tornado. Ken?
Yeah, Jacob, for a while there, the debris indicator did not look as impressive as it once did, but as you mentioned, the debris was still there, and now we are seeing another, once again, impressive signature of debris. This is our debris indicator. This is the city of Bassfield. This tornado hit Bassfield, and it is now moving to the northeast of there. This is debris being produced by the storm. And actually, the language from the National Weather Service has not changed. They are considering this a tornado emergency. It is a radar-confirmed tornado. It's pretty obvious that there is a tornado on the ground here. And even when the debris signature did not look as good, when we looked at the velocity in the storm in this scope tool, you can see how the winds are circling around here with the storm, twisting in on each other over a very wide area. And we're looking at incredible wind speeds. I'm going to query this. Yeah, that's a 100-mile-per-hour wind, cloud level, with the storm moving away from the radar site. So, or actually toward the radar site in this instance. Is that negative 100? Means those are inbound winds. But obviously a destructive tornado. It has been on the ground for a while now. It has been producing damage. Unfortunately, I do think that it has hit some populated areas, including Bassfield, and now it continues to trek off to the northeast. Let's get the latest forward motion on this storm. It's moving northeast now at about 55 miles per hour. So I'm going to change that in Live Eye Max 12, and we're going to track this off to the north and to the east. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and we'll take a look at just the debris signature right there, because we know that that is where the tornado is, and it may actually just be just a little bit to the east of there, because again, it takes a minute or so. It takes a few minutes for all the information for this to actually come in. So if we're seeing the debris signature here right now, it may actually be a little bit farther downstream or to the north and to the east of there, but this is where we know it has been, east of Bassfield, and it continues to work off in this direction. So Seminary, I think you are in now the crosshairs of this large and dangerous tornado. There's no doubt about it. there is a tornado that is on the ground producing damage, and it's headed toward your area right now if you live in Seminary, and it's going to be there in about 10 or 11 minutes, or about, let's say, 10 minutes from right now. It's 4:21, and we are projecting that this is going to be around Seminary at 4:31, so right at the bottom of the hour. In fact, we're getting another update from the National Weather Service. They're updating often because this is such a dangerous situation. Again, this is the latest update as of 4:21. This is a tornado emergency. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover right now. This is a deadly tornado. It's a confirmed, radar-confirmed tornado. This is a life-threatening situation, and let's see, mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles likely, and complete destruction is possible. This tornado expected to be around Collins at about 4:30. So Collins to Seminary at the bottom of the hour, and that's not very far from right now. Let's zoom out just a little bit. There you see Collins and Seminary within the tornado polygon, within the warned area. Hopefully you are hearing those tornado sirens right now. If you can hear the sirens, you need to be in your safe spot, which is underground if you can get there. If you can't get to an underground shelter or a basement, you need to get to the closest nearby sturdy structure in a small interior room, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is just about as bad as it gets as far as tornado warnings are concerned, about signatures of a tornado. It's very clear what is happening right now as this storm is moving from Jefferson Davis into Covington County. And I really do think Seminary is going to be affected by the storm over the next few minutes, certainly within 10 minutes of right now. There you see Mount Horeb Baptist Church and Seminary within the next few minutes going to be affected by the storm. We're going to zoom in, and some of these streets hopefully are going to be popping in here in Jefferson Davis County. We're looking at North Williamsburg Road and Crossroads Church Road. That's where the tornado is now, and it soon is going to be crossing into Covington County and should be crossing Highway 49 near Seminary in about 6 minutes. It is 6 miles away from doing that. So please, we cannot emphasize this enough. Do not get out on the roadways. Do not get on Highway 49 if you live in or south of Collins, if you live around Seminary, and if you are along Highway 49 in southern Covington County, you do not need to be traveling farther to the north. That goes for Highway 589 and Highway 590, as long as Highway 588 as well. Now, farther downstream, we're looking at Eminence, Cola, and Oak Bowery also eventually being in the path of this dangerous tornado, which again is on the ground, and it's been producing damage for several minutes now. This is what we were concerned about as this severe weather situation was developing. Large, violent, long-track tornadoes. Unfortunately, that is what is occurring right now in the Pine Belt. Jacob, I'll send it back over to you.
Have a tornado emergency now for Covington County. The rest of central Mississippi right now is just seeing some showers. We have some showers and thunderstorms in the metro. A tornado warning continues for Macomb, Northern Pike, and Northern Walthall counties. That is not confirmed, but that is a possible rotation. You still need to be in your safe place. We're continuing to watch the potential for more supercells back across the Mississippi River. But again, our main focus right now, if you live anywhere in Covington County, you need to seek shelter right now. An extremely dangerous tornado is minutes away, in less than 5 minutes, going to be crossing Highway 49. This is it. Look at this debris ball. We have a classic hook signature, a large, potentially catastrophic tornado. Collins, Seminary, Eminence, safe place right now. No one should be driving on Highway 49 between Collins and Sanford here in Covington County. A tornado emergency is continuing, and we are tracking this storm. We have been. Collins, you have had about 30 minutes. Heads up, our debris ball is right now visible on our debris tracker. Here it is. This is the debris ball. This is a non-rain lifted into the storm, and we are getting some reports that this is now thousands of feet in the atmosphere. A very large, very destructive tornado is now crossing from Jefferson Davis County into Covington County. So again, 49, it looks like if I do extrapolate, again, we're behind here. So again, seconds away, Highway 49 between Cola and Seminary for a tornado to cross there, US Highway 49. It looks like this is going to pass directly south of Collins. However, there's a lot of folks who live south of the intersection of Collins, if you will, here on 84 and 49. A lot of this is a Collins address. If you have a Collins address, if you live south of Highway 84 in Covington County, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. You need to be off the roadways, interior room immediately. This is a destructive tornado. It has been on the ground for almost an hour now, from Walthall County through Lawrence, Northern Marion, Jefferson Davis, now is in Covington County. We've been giving you the heads up for about an hour now. Significant damaging winds that the radar is just having a mess handling because they are so strong. It looks like we could have nearly 150-mile-per-hour winds rotating in this storm. I just want to show an update that it looks like the National Weather Service has trimmed out Jefferson Davis County. So our tornado warning now, the tornado emergency, catastrophic now continues for Collins and Seminary. If we have that camera, can we please take that, because we're moments away. Oh, the camera is down on Highway 49 in Collins, and that means destructive winds have already moved through moments ahead of this catastrophic tornado. I'm not surprised the camera's down. It is in Collins, and check out the lightning in this storm. The camera's right here looking to the south. We don't have it, and it looks like Highway 49 is now about to get a major hit from this continued destructive tornado that has been on the ground now for a while. So again, Collins, Seminary, Eminence, please be in your safe place right now. This is now moving moments away, minutes away here from US Highway 49. And an early heads up, this is not letting up. I'm not sure what the National Weather Service is saying, but if you live in Jones County, Laurel, Ellisville towards the west here, Barney Drive, out 84, out 588, you need to go to your tornado place now. This is a quickly moving storm. Likely, I expect this tornado warning to be extended downstream in any moment. Could include Laurel and Ellisville, because this is moving quickly, has been on the ground, and this is what we call a long track, significant catastrophic tornado, why we're under a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. So as we're looking here at Highway 49, a major damaging tornado. The winds are just off the charts in this storm. A major, what we call vortex signature. These winds are meshing here, virtually unreadable here on our live IMAX 12 velocity mode. But what we can read and can show you is this debris ball. This is this white lowering of this correlation coefficient, showing that anything but rain, likely tree, limbs, debris, wood, siding, homes, shingles are in this storm right now, and it is seconds away from crossing Highway 49. I think the next radar update is going to put this tornado right on top of the U.S. highway. And we just got an update here from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service is now extending this confirmed observed emergency into Jones County. So again, a new tornado warning has just come in, and we'll send that over to Ken in just a second once this crosses 49 as we pull up that new warning. Again, Collins down to Seminary here on 49. A major tornado about to cross there. Also, Cola community right here, Eminence, Oak Bowery. Please seek shelter. We have this tornado on the ground, and we are waiting for a radar update. It is moving significantly, about to cross Highway 49, as this has now been extended downstream, and we're waiting for a radar update to see. I think that this is going to place it right on. Yeah, there we go. This debris ball has only grown. Again, Collins is the county seat here of Covington County, and we have a lot of folks who do live along Highway 49. This is the main travel avenue from Jackson down to Hattiesburg through the Pine Belt, and right now, between Collins and Seminary, we have a major destructive tornado on the ground moving towards Eminence, and this has now been extended downstream. And I'm wondering, have they tagged this observed catastrophic, Ken, downstream in Jones County? If we want to come over to you and show that extended new warning.
Yeah, so I'm reading the latest warning that came out at 4:28. That was 2 minutes ago, and considering this a tornado emergency, let's see, looking for the yes, tornado damage threat catastrophic.
Wow.
So it's an observed tornado, obviously. The damage threat is catastrophic, and basically the language that we have been saying over the past hour with the storm has not changed at all, which means this is a large violent tornado, a long track tornado. This is what we were most concerned with leading up to this Easter Sunday severe weather outbreak, is that we could have these supercells developing these tornadoes like this, which could be an EF2, 3, or even stronger type of tornado. And we're talking about 150-mile-per-hour winds. That certainly does verify. So unfortunately, yeah, we're seeing the same thing. The newest tornado warning, it does extend this tornado warning until 5:30. That's just under an hour from right now. It's 4:31, so the new warning goes until 5:30. It's for mainly the northern half of Jones County and the southern and southeastern part of Jasper County. That does include Interstate 59, basically right up along Interstate 59, Heidelberg, Sandersville, Laurel, and Ellisville. And there, easily you can see where the tornado is, right there, crossing Highway 49 between Collins and Seminary. So hopefully neither one of these cities getting a direct hit from this large tornado, but we're certainly going to see a lot of damage as it crosses Highway 49. Hopefully there was nobody traveling on the road as this crossed Highway 49, because it certainly I don't think they would have a chance if this tornado were to come through and directly hit a vehicle moving or traveling along Highway 49. The same is true if you're along Highway 588, if you're along Highway 84, if you're along Interstate 59, you've got some lead time before this storm moves across your area. So you need to use that to get to your safe spot and tell anybody and everybody that you know that might be traveling in this area that they need to get off the roadways and they need to find a nearby sturdy structure. Even if it's a building you don't know, if you're in an area that you don't know, you need to pull over, try to get into that building, into a small interior room, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and absolutely staying away from windows. This storm is producing significant amount of debris, and those windows, they're going to break, and you're going to have flying glass, and that could injure people. So that's why we say stay away from windows. It just wastes time. You don't need to open them up. Don't need to do anything like that. You just need to get to that small space in an interior room as low as possible. If you don't have a basement, go to the lowest floor and then get under something if you can, like a table or a desk. And if you got a helmet to wear, anything that's going to protect your body, shoes on your feet, helmet on your head, wrapping your body with something, anything that's going to put something between you and the outside elements and that debris that could be possibly headed in your direction. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and we will again track the storm. We'll zoom in to where the debris signature is right now. And right now, it is southeast of Collins between Highway 49 and Highway 588. Now, the latest information that we have is that the storm is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So that's a little bit of a change. I'm going to plug that into Live Eye Max 12. So we're going to track it moving at 50 miles per hour off to the east and northeast. So it's very clear where the tornado is. We'll circle that debris signature right there on the left portion of your screen, and then we're going to track this out to the north and northeast at 50 miles per hour. We're just going to take it to the edge of the current polygon, which is the county line of Jones County. I believe that's Wayne County. So this storm could potentially move across these areas, and unfortunately the city of Laurel is one of those areas. Now, within this cone that I just drew, we're looking at this being near Eminence at about 438. And there you see Eminence popping up in the cone. It's very close to there right now. So we're looking at 2-3 minutes before the worst of the weather gets to you if you live near the town of Eminence. You got a little bit more time if you live near Spring Hill. It's going to be there at just a few minutes before 5 o'clock. So you got about 15 to 20 minutes to get into that safe spot. Laurel, it's going to be right in your area, right at the top of the next hour. So that's 25 minutes from now. It should be there right around 5 o'clock. Sandersville at 5:09 and Pineview at 5:13. Again, please take this seriously. The debris ball just continues. In fact, it might have even gotten a little bit larger since the last scan. So the storm is not going to quit. It's going to be on the ground for a while. It definitely is going to move into Jones County, and this is a life-threatening situation if you live in the tornado-warned area, which does include Soso, Laurel, Ellisville, and Sandersville. Jacob, back to you.
Okay, Ken, so right now the time is 4:35, about 10 seconds away from 4:36, and we have gotten wording from the Storm Prediction Center now from a rare 3-county large mesoscale discussion. That is essentially the National Weather Service saying that this has winds up to 200 miles per hour, an EF5 potentially on the ground right now from Collins heading into Jones County. This is a very serious situation. This is a rare, life-threatening, catastrophic tornado on the ground, now exiting Covington County, heading towards Jones County. Again, we've gotten wording that I can read this to you. It essentially says a violent tornado with peak winds of 170 to 205 miles per hour is ongoing in the Pine Belt of Mississippi. That includes Covington and Jones County and southern southern Jasper County. So again, a large, potentially major tornado, EF4, EF5 on the ground right now off towards the east here of Highway 59. So I'm going to zoom in, and right now it looks like the debris ball is just past between Collins and M&M's, and we do have a good number of folks here that live on Highway 588. I really hope that they were in their safe place. Again, we had about an hour's warning for Collins and M&M's for this potentially life-threatening tornado. So hopefully people had time to go to a safe building, a friend or neighbor that had an interior room, because this debris ball, again, has been on the ground for over an hour. As we track this back, there's the debris ball. I mean, watch this. This was down in Bassfield. We had a confirmed major tornado damage in Bassfield, and that tracked across the county line. It crossed Highway 49 just after 4:30, and now here as we approach 4:40, a few moments away, this major destructive tornado is now about to exit Covington County into Jones County. And so this is also a highly populated area, Jones County. We have an interstate, Interstate 59, running from Laurel to Ellisville, and this is kind of a big, almost a metropolitan sprawl here of the Pine Belt. Soso, Mount Zion, Hoy, Laurel, Tucker's Crossing, Ellisville, Hebron, Highway 84. It looks like the track of this is going to be moving towards Hebron, towards the Highway 84 corridor. If you live between Collins and Laurel on Highway 84, do not travel. Seek your safe place immediately. Call any friends that you know that live west of Interstate 59 here in Jones County. Jones County is our next imminent threat for this tornado emergency. Our tornado warning continues now downstream. I do want to go back here because we do have another tornado likely following the exact same path. This is not quite as strong, but we're seeing tight rotation. Well, I take that back. We may be seeing a strong tornado again in southern Jefferson Davis County, southern Lawrence County, excuse me. So again, essentially a duplicate here. Tilton, White Bluff, Robin Hood, Highway 587. This is where exactly an hour ago we had this catastrophic tornado pass over in southern Lawrence County. We've got it again. This is not good. We have training tornadoes. And so again, I know folks that may be dealing with damage. You need to call folks because I think that most of Jefferson Davis now has lost power as this damaging tornado moved through. Bassfield probably doesn't have power, but they're included in another tornado warning. So if you know people down there, I hope cell lines aren't overwhelmed. You need to call them if people live there. If you've heard from someone with tornado damage, they need to seek shelter of some kind here in a ditch, at the lowest level, protect their heads because we have a possible another tornado heading into Jefferson County. But again, our tornado emergency now moving into Jones County. So 2 large, dangerous tornadoes possible across the Pine Belt of Mississippi. This is a very dangerous situation, and we've been tracking this very closely for you. Again, if you're just joining us, there is now a potentially, according to the National Weather Service, an EF4 or EF5 tornado on the ground on the county line of Covington and Jones County, tracking along Highway 84. And there's the wind mode. There's our debris. Hebron, heads up. Hot Coffee, Hebron, Soso, Spring Hill, immediate threats right now as we're about to cross Barney Drive at 84. This is the significant tornado tornado moving up towards the north. So please seek shelter immediately. And again, we're seeing a major tornado. And so Ken, it looks like, has an update. Ken?
Yeah, just got an update on that storm farther back off to the west. And that has now been upgraded to a radar confirmed tornado. We are now seeing a debris signature with that one as well, which is not a surprise. Jacob showed you the velocity with this just a second ago, and it looked almost as bad as the tornado moving into Jones County right now. In fact, here's a look at the debris indicator, and I know it's a wide view, but unfortunately, even on this wide view, they really does pop out. So we're looking at, this is the first tornado, the one that we've been tracking for an hour now, crossing the county line from Covington into Jones County. And then here is the next tornado. And again, that is a debris signature. So because of this, this is now a radar confirmed tornado, which means this is another tornado on the ground. And take a look at it. It looks like this one is going to follow almost the exact same path as the other one. So just a horrible situation here. One catastrophic tornado has already moved through this area, and you've got another one which is going to be following behind it here over the next several minutes. I want to read off some information about this one. Now, this tornado warning, this one right here, is for Lawrence and Jefferson Davis County. That's going to go now until 5:15. Again, this is language about this tornado now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Damaging tornado. It is radar confirmed. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That's not with this one. That's with that one. Actually, that's the case with both of these tornadoes now. So this tornado, which is now in southern Lawrence County, southeast Lawrence County, is going to be near Oakville and Arm at about 4:45. Progress and Society Hill. Society Hill is a community that we have already talked about before. When this tornado moved through, you could have yet another tornado hitting the exact same community. That's going to happen, it looks like, around 4:50. Right now it is 4:42, 4:43, so not a whole lot of time before this second tornado moves across the Society Hill area. Prentice and Carson are going to be in the path of the storm at 5 o'clock, and Clem at around 10 minutes after 5 o'clock. So we're going to track both of these storms. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live IMAX 2 full screen, and we're going to start with that storm a little bit farther off to the west. First of all, I want to show you the velocity with both of these. Take a look at the one moving into Jones County. Very clearly, that's where we have rotation. That's where we have a tornado on the ground. And then farther back off to the west, once again, clearly a large tornado on the ground right now in Lawrence County. So let's go ahead and track this one. We will clear this off, and there is your tornado debris signature right here, crossing Highway 587. Now this storm is moving to the, moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So basically they're moving at just about the same speed. So we're going to keep that the same, and we're going to track this off to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour over the next 17 minutes. These are the communities that are popping up here: Oakvale, Mount Zion, Palestine Church, and Green Creek Baptist Church. All are going to be in the path of this large and dangerous tornado, once again coming out of Lawrence County, moving into Jefferson Davis County, almost in the exact same track as the first tornado. So, Jacob, if you want to do this, you want to concentrate on one tornado, and I'll do the other. I'll do the one in Lawrence County, and you do the one going into Jones County. So we'll spend just a few more minutes on this Lawrence County storm, because this is the newest one. Again, moving to the east and northeast at about 50 miles per hour. It's going to be crossing Highway 43 and crossing the county line into Jefferson Davis County in about 3 minutes, crossing Highway 13 in about 9 minutes. So again, not a whole lot of time if you live in that area. And again, unfortunately, Bassfield, which has already been hit by a destructive tornado, just earlier this afternoon, less than an hour ago, is now in a new tornado warning. So I know it's the last thing that you folks in and around Bassfield want to hear, but you have likely got tornado sirens sounding once again. If the tornado sirens are still there, it's possible that the first tornado has actually wiped out those sirens. So that's one of the reasons why we're on the air, letting you folks know that there is a violent tornado once again moving into your area. This is the debris signature right there, approaching Highway 43, and it is now about 20 minutes, about 19 to 20 minutes, about 16 miles away from potentially affecting the Bassfield area. Hopefully this one is going to slide a little bit to the north of Bassfield, but you still need to take cover if you're between Prentice and Bassfield in Jefferson Davis County because of that tornado a little bit farther to the west. Now I'm going to send it back over to Jacob for the Jones County tornado.
Yeah, that's right, Ken. So this Jones County tornado has been on the ground for over an hour. It started in Walthall County, and we now have our first damage reports in from the National Weather Service. Unfortunately, these are going to be extremely delayed because likely power is out, cell phone signals are down, and we're having very difficult time. We have multiple crews in force heading to this long track tornado across the Pine Belt. This stretch is from essentially Pike County to Laurel. So a long stretch here in northern Walthall County. Multiple homes have been damaged on Cold Springs Road, Seminary Lake, Liberty Road, Mount Hones, and this is according to the local Walthall Emergency Management Office, and so that is a report there. I'd also like to ask our control room, once we get this up, if we can pull up a MDOT camera along 59, likely in Laurel or maybe Sandersville. That would be better, Laurel or to the north, because we have a tornado emergency for northern Jones County, and I want to see what the conditions look like. We have a tight rotation right now approaching Soso, and it looks like that also, as not surprised here, that both of those are also down. Again, though, a tornado emergency here for Jones County. And again, the Covington County EF5 has now been dropped. So the Covington County currently not in a tornado warning. We got one on the way. So there are lower third here. Jones County, we have an EF4, EF5 moving in through northern Jones County. And this is a donut shape here, likely about to cross Highway 28 if it is not already near Soso, Spring Hill, and Calhoun, and going to pass just to the north of Laurel. I think that we still have a lot of people who live in this area, Laurel north on 28 or 15, Moss, Hoy, Calhoun. It looks like right now, Laurel should still be in their safe place. Laurel is included in this, a tornado emergency. However, the track of this donut here, the tornado confirmed, is moving in a northeasterly direction. It has a northerly component and may pass just to the north of Laurel. Unfortunately, that means Sandersville, a direct hit could be possible if this tornado holds together. And preface here, it's been holding together for over nearly an hour and a half now. So this is not going anywhere. A strong, dangerous, deadly tornado has produced damage across South Mississippi, now in Jones County, likely moving just to the north of Laurel. Wow, this debris signature again. This debris signature has been showing everything imaginable from wood, possible shingles, trees, cars, other debris now lofted into the atmosphere. And we have seen this on the ground for over an hour now. And when we I want to measure how wide this debris ball is, 3 miles wide. That can give us an estimate at the surface how large this tornado could be. And again, the National Weather Service is saying that this is likely a major catastrophic tornado with up to 200-mile-per-hour winds in northern Jones County. An EF4 or EF5 tornado has been ongoing for the last 30 minutes in Covington County, passed just to the south of Collins, now is near Soso in northwestern Jones County, and is heading directly towards Sandersville. If you live between Sandersville, Soso, back towards the county line, you need to be in your safe place right now. Again, the tornado box here, the polygon, is for Jasper, southern Jasper, Heidelberg included in this until 5:30, 40 more minutes, northern Jones County. So Laurel and areas north here of Highway 84, Soso, Laurel, and Sandersville all included in this. And as we zoom in here, a final check before we go back to the other tornado warning. Major winds, again, so right now, about to see significant damage here if they have not already. Gitano, Spring Hill, Moss, Hoy, Bonner, Stringer, Heidelberg, Sandersville, Hawks. Please seek shelter right now. We have a catastrophic, deadly tornado emergency on the ground right now, moving into the Pine Belt. This is northern Jones County, our HLT viewing area. If you have friends that live in northern Jones County, please call them. They need to be in an interior room. This is a deadly tornado and has been on the ground for over an hour. And there's another one right behind it. And our chief meteorologist, Ken South, is tracking that storm. Ken?
Yeah, Jacob, I'm afraid the news from that other storm is not any better than what you're
Wow.
reporting.
Okay, yeah, so that's not any better is what Ken is saying, the tornado behind that storm. So I'm going to go back to that, and it looks like that this may be, I am unsure if this is a tornado emergency or it's saying a catastrophic tornado in Jasper and Jones. Considerable damage right now in southern Lawrence and Jefferson Davis County. Prentice, we are now seeing a deadly tornado, and Ken South, I think your mic is back on, and we're going to send it back over to you.
All right, just checking to see if the battery died. I think we're okay now, but yeah, I was just telling Jacob that the news for the tornado farther to the west is not any better than the one that he's reporting on right now in Jones County. In fact, look at this. We got a donut with this one as well. So there's two donuts at the same time. In fact, you see the radar updating here. This is now crossing Highway 13 south of Prentice in Jefferson Davis County. Now here is the city of Bassfield. The tornado warning has been trimmed a little bit, and thankfully it looks like Bassfield has now been taken out of the second tornado warning, but it's going to pass really close to there. So even if you're in Bassfield and you're able still to receive this warning, hopefully you are, then you should still take cover until this is past your area. Here's a look at the velocity with this, and as you can imagine, we are clearly seeing the rotation right there. We're talking about extremely violent winds. In fact, I'm going to read off from the National Weather Service what they're saying about this tornado. Obviously, it's an observed tornado because of the debris signature. They're also saying that the tornado damage threat with this second one is also catastrophic. The last time we got an update, they considered the damage threat considerable. Now they have upgraded that to catastrophic as well. So we've got two catastrophic tornadoes on the ground simultaneously now moving through the Pine Belt. This storm is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. As you can imagine, the wording is just about the same as with the other tornado. It's radar confirmed. It is a life-threatening situation to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage will be done to homes, businesses, and vehicles that is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Because remember, the other tornado, it was estimated to be an F4 or an F5. This one is approaching that level as well. So this is also clearly another dangerous situation. So let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen. We're going to track this storm over the next couple of minutes before we take you back to Jacob Storm in Jones County. We are going to try to bounce back and forth between the storms. So if you're watching from either of those areas, you can get a pretty good update about what is happening. Now, obviously, our tornado is right here. It just crossed Highway 13 south of Prentice in Jefferson Davis County. We know it's moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So we're going to take it to the edge of this polygon here over the next 14 to 15 minutes. And these are the places and the communities that are going to be impacted by the storm. Carson at 4:58, Jefferson Davis Vocational Technical School at just about the same time, Sweetwater Church at 5:02, Terrell at 5:05, and Dean at 5:06. And Dean is one of the communities that we mentioned before with the first tornado. So again, unfortunately, the second one is following in almost the same path as the first one. So we've already seen considerable damage in this area, and there is a very high chance that we could see more damage in these areas as the second tornado moves on through. So here's a look at how soon this tornado is going to cross. This is Highway 42. It's about 5 minutes away from crossing Highway 42. Right now, it is about 8 miles or about 9 minutes from crossing Highway 35 south of Highway 84 in Jefferson Davis County. Now, you should know that this warning is likely going to be extended once again into Covington County. So you are not under a warning right now if you live in Seminary or Collins, but you will be soon. I think there is no doubt about it that this tornado warning is going to be extended downstream farther to the northeast to include a good part of Covington County. So get in your safe spot, stay there until we can tell you that this storm is past your area. Now I'm going to send it back to Jacob for another update on that storm moving through Jones and now moving into Jasper counties as well.
Okay, thanks, Ken. So again, here's a tornado overview of South Mississippi right now. 2 tornado emergencies, one of them for Jefferson Davis County, the other for Jones and Jasper County. Both have confirmed catastrophic, deadly tornadoes on the ground right now. Ken has been showing you the one just to the south of Prentiss. Again, these are going in the same track behind one another. So this is the tornado warning for northern Jasper or southern Jasper, northern Jones County. Tornado has now passed over Soso and is approaching Highway 59 between Heidelberg and Sandersville pretty shortly. So again, if you live here along the Jones-Jasper County line, you need to be in your safe place right now. We still have significant rotation here just off towards the north of Soso, right on the county line. This is near Moss and Highway 15, essentially Jasper and Jones County line right now. As I'm going to show you the velocity or the wind here inside this storm, and we are seeing a couplet here nearly 100 miles per hour. And again, this is a loft. It looks like the National Weather Service is telling us that some of these winds could be as high as 200 miles per hour. That would be an EF4 or EF5 tornado tracking towards Sandersville, Heidelberg, Markwald, and here along Highway 15, 537 here in southern Jasper, northern Jones County. This is a deadly, extremely dangerous tornado that just passed through Soso. We know that there was damage in Soso. We know that damage occurred. We have a large debris ball now crossing Highway 59 near Moss, and this is a significant tornado. Again, both tornadoes in South Mississippi are tornado emergencies. This debris ball is 5 miles wide, and like the National Weather Service has said, and I've been telling you this, we are tracking the potential for an EF5 tornado in both of these across South Mississippi into the Pine Belt. Quickly recap, we're about to kind of give you an overview as we come up here on the top of the hour. I want to show you live IMAX 12 across the viewing area. We have 2 tornado emergencies now for Jefferson Davis, Jasper, and Jones County. Those are classic supercells in our particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That watch, by the way, goes for the next 3 hours until 8 p.m. A severe thunderstorm warning for gusty winds now in Rankin, Scott, and Smith County. No tornado threat with this. As we have elevated storms to the north, that just means a small hail and gusty winds. Now, the final line is going to be moving through as we head towards sunset, towards the Mississippi River, with gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour. But the dangerous threat right now immediately is the 2 confirmed tornado emergencies in South Mississippi. And before we do the recap at 5, I'm going to send it back over to Chief Meteorologist Ken South for another update on the Jefferson Davis County tornado.
All right, thank you, Jacob. Really good information there. I'm going to concentrate on the storm a little bit farther off to the west. That is the one which is right now south of Prentiss in Jefferson Davis County. And we've turned on our debris indicator once again. And there you see the blue pixels right there. That tells us that we have got debris being lofted into the atmosphere by a storm, a tornado that is on the ground that is causing damage, and it's lofting that debris skyward. So when we're talking about debris, it could be anything. It could be leaves, it could be limbs, it could be parts of trees, it could be structures, it could be vehicles, it could be anything bigger than raindrops. And we have seen that with this storm for the past several minutes. Again, it looks like this is going to be another, unfortunately, violent and long track tornado moving through Jefferson Davis County. It's moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. I'm going to do a quick track on this, and then we're going to send it over to Melanie Christopher. I believe she has Governor Reeves on the line to talk about this, but I just want to give a really quick track on this storm as it's moving from Jefferson Davis into Covington County. Don't believe a warning has been extended just yet into Covington County, but I can almost guarantee you that it will be. And these are the towns, once again, that are going to be in the path of the storm over the next several minutes. It is now 5 o'clock. It's over Carson now. It will be at Dean a few minutes after 5, Williamsburg about a quarter after, and Collins in about 20 minutes. So if you live in Collins, you've got 20 minutes leeway to get, or lead time to get to your safe spot, and you absolutely need to do that right now. I'm going to.
Before we go to Melanie,
yeah.
I just need to show this. Before we go to Melanie, I'm sorry. Here's a photo right now behind me.
Let's go to Jacob really quick.
Just for 30 seconds here, I'm sorry. In southern Jasper, northern Jones County, here is the EF4 major wedge tornado, and so here it is. Look how wide this is. This is going to be the highway in that area, and look at how wide. This is a very destructive tornado. This is approaching the Heidelberg and Sandersville area in northern Jones County. We'll have another radar update in a few minutes. Now we'll send it back over to Melanie Christopher.
All right, thank you so much. Now, joining us now on the phone, Governor Tate Reeves. Governor, we have just heard about what is being called catastrophic tornadoes, both in Jones and Jeff Davis counties. Apparently, they're on the same path, predicted to be EF4s, EF5s. You know, I've been covering tornadoes for a long time. This sounds just horrific, is all I can say. What can you tell us what you know?
Well, Melanie, we are following it very closely. It does appear that we have not one but two very, very big, very powerful tornadoes that are really following, it appears at least, a very, very similar path, if not exactly the same, one just a few minutes behind the other one. And so, you know, the initial tornado actually hit ground in Walthall County, traveled to Lawrence, and then to Jeff Davis, and then to Covington County, and now is headed towards Jones and perhaps Jasper, depending on exactly which direction it goes. And then this other one, which is right behind it, which is carrying a very similar path. And I can't reiterate enough to people, these storms could be carrying winds as much as 200 miles an hour. It could be very deadly. So please take cover.
You had said in your Easter message, as well as earlier this week, to be weather aware. Certainly MEMA and all the folks knew these storms were coming and were taking precautions. Well,
we've been trying to urge the people of Mississippi to be weather aware. We have currently approximately 7 tornadoes confirmed in Mississippi so far today. Obviously, the first one earlier this morning in the Yazoo City and Holly Bluff area. We've got over 25,000 power outages, and that's only going to go up. And the most important thing I can say to the people who are watching you tonight is these storms are going to be active until 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. And so we're about a little over halfway through. The first storm hit a little before noon earlier today. We're about halfway through this. We've got to stay weather aware to try to limit the number of fatalities. If these storms stay on the ground with 200-mile-an-hour winds, they can do tremendous damage. So be careful out there.
All right, now I expect that we will. Are you considering at this point a disaster declaration for the state?
Absolutely. I've been in constant contact with our team over at the State Emergency Operations Center. Obviously, our EOC has been operational and functional for well over a month now, due in large part to the virus that is out there. We've had tornadoes intermittently in between there. But yes, we've had those conversations, and I trust that once we can do some damage assessments, and right now, Melanie, it's way too early for us to even be able to safely get our people into these areas. We've got some search and rescue missions going on behind where the storms have occurred, but we've got to make sure it's safe before we put our people in harm's way to go and try to help their neighbors, but they're itching to go. But yes, we will do emergency declarations at the appropriate time.
All right. Can you tell us where you're doing those search and rescues right now?
Well, my understanding is when the initial storm that actually began touching ground was in a very rural part of Walthall County, but there was some definite challenges in Walthall County. So if you look somewhere between Walthall and that corner of Lawrence County and then into Jeff Davis County. It's in that area.
All right, Governor, thank you so much. I know you've got an awful lot on your plate. We appreciate you giving us this time, and of course, we'll be following this all very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
And we do want you to know that we do have a tornado watch for the entire WJTV, WHLT area until 8 o'clock p.m. And of course, we'll send it back now to our weather experts that we've got here following this thing very, very closely. Ken?
All right, thank you, Melanie. Again, we're splitting up the duties with these tornadoes. Jacob is going to cover the one farther to the east, which is now getting into Jasper County. I'm going to cover the one a little bit farther to the southwest, which is now moving from Jefferson Davis into Covington County. So we'll spend a few minutes on that one, then we'll transition to the other tornado. So let's go ahead and take a look at Live IMAX 2 full screen, and we are still on our debris indicator because unfortunately that is the clearest sign of exactly where this tornado is. So here is where the tornado is right there. It's right along. It's crossing Highway 35 right now. Thankfully, this is well to the north of Bassfield. They have been hit once already. Now the second tornado crossing just to the north of that area. It's going to be moving into Covington County. So we're going to track it into Covington County. Unfortunately, it looks like another highly populated area is going to be in the crosshairs of this storm over the next several minutes. And I'm talking about the city of Collins. And we're still pegging this to be in Collins right about 5:19. It is 5:06 right now. That is only 13 minutes from right now. And this storm could be on you even before then. So you have only got about 5 to 10 minutes if you live in Collins to seek shelter right now. The last information that we got from this warning, and I'm going to turn the warnings on. Here's the newest warning. It does, of course, now include Covington County, and I'm just going to read off this information. This is an observed tornado. The tornado damage threat is catastrophic, and 1-inch hail, also quarter-sized hail, possible with the storm. Now, with this warning, this one for Covington County and points northeast is going to be in effect until 6 p.m. It's actually for southwestern Jasper, southeastern Smith County, northern Covington, and northwestern Jones County. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly if you're caught without shelter. Homes may be destroyed, including mobile homes. So again, catastrophic damage expected with this large tornado now moving from the Terrell area north and eastward into Covington County. And as I zoom out here, we're going to take a look at that new tornado warning. It's this red polygon right there. That is the new tornado warning with the storm coming out of Jefferson Davis into Covington counties. And you can see just how large that warned area is, and that's because the storm is moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So we're going to do one cone here. We'll track it out to the edge of the warned area, and there you see the specific times the storm is going to be moving across these areas. 5:08 Lone Star, 5:22 Smith, Hot Coffee at 5:28, So-So at 5:39, and Bay Springs at 5:47. Let's zoom in tightly to where the tornado is right now because it's crossing over into Covington County from Jefferson Davis. It is right there just to the east of Terrell, and that is going to be crossing Highway 84 in just a couple of minutes' time, and then getting close to Collins, first Williamsburg, and then Collins in about 5 to 8 minutes from right now. So these are the areas that you need to take shelter right now. Terrell, Williamsburg, Collins, along Highway 49 and along Highway 84 in Covington County. You're going to be impacted by this storm over the next few minutes. Jacob, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Ken, yeah, so right now, again, we're just a reminder here, it is 5:08, and we are tracking two significant catastrophic confirmed tornadoes here across South Mississippi. One entering Covington County. If we come over to the weather wall here and turn off their mics for a second, as confirmed tornadoes now, two of them across South Mississippi. Covington County is one of them. Ken has been showing you this storm. We also have another confirmed catastrophic tornado. That was the storm here that just passed through Soso. So I'm going to zoom in first, show you a warning has been extended downstream to include Paulding, Vossburg, Heidelberg, and Quitman. That's going to be there in Clark County until 5:30. The tornado warning downstream, though, is for Clark and Jasper until 6 p.m. Now, I want to show you an overview here. Over the last 30 minutes, this storm was deadly as it passed through northern Jones County. There is the tornado track. It tracked through Soso, now approaching Heidelberg. And this photo is from Twitter, and I just want to give credit to, this is from Connor McCory. This is the massive wedge EF5 tornado, potentially, that moved through northern Jones County. And this would be the highway corridor right in that area, which is Highway 488, I think, 533, excuse me, right here. This is 588, the massive wedge tornado. This is the town of Soso, just off towards the north and west. This was a photo from about 5 to 10 minutes ago here across South Mississippi from Connor McCory. And this is the wedge tornado that has been on the ground since Walthall County. It tracked through Lawrence, Covington, Jasper, and now in Jones County, moving towards Clark County. So again, two significant tornadoes. The tornado I just showed you, the massive one, miles wide, is now approaching Heidelberg and Vossburg. I want to check on our velocity. It still shows a very tight and concerning circulation. And again, crossing Interstate 59 in seconds. No one should be traveling in Jasper County on Interstate 59, especially near the 503, 528 exit to go to Heidelberg. We have a significant damage being reported in this area. A massive wedge tornado is on the ground. It is producing damage and about to cross Interstate 59. I hope that it is visible. As I turn on our clean radar, I am unsure, especially coming from the north, if drivers would be able to see this. From the south, I think you would. But again, a dangerous rain-wrapped tornado about to move into Vossburg, Stafford Springs, and Heidelberg. Again, so a major tornado about to cross Interstate 59 here near the Heidelberg area. Again, this is Jasper County, a new tornado warning until 6 p.m. And we have a catastrophic tornado emergency about to cross the interstate here, heading towards Heidelberg. Vossburg, Stafford Springs, Heidelberg, please be in your safe place. And again, this is for our HLT viewing area. And actually, it looks like since the previous scan that this took a northerly jog. It looks like it is paralleling 59 as we look at that. Yeah, it has not crossed 59 yet. That is not good either, because if it is right next to the interstate, that could at any moment cross there heading towards the north. So it looks like Heidelberg right now, down the city proper, the intersection there of Heidelberg, not going to see this tornado. It is tracking along Interstate 59, moving to the north and towards Kelowna. So this is, again, here in Jasper County. Kelowna, 503, if you live along Highway 59, there towards the north, essentially north of the county line, up 503, up 59. This is a very dangerous tornado. And as I put on our debris signature once again, a massive ball of debris here being lofted into the atmosphere, crossing Interstate 59 there at Highway 503. Lots of lightning in this storm as well, as this tornado continues to track off towards the north and east into Clark County, which is actually outside of our viewing area. If you have friends in Clark County, please call them, let them know. This tornado has been on the ground for almost 2 hours now, producing major damage, and behind it we have another one. I want to give a quick overview before we go back to the Covington County storm. Right now we have some severe thunderstorm warnings. We're expecting some major damaging winds to approach the Delta, and it looks like significant damaging winds. As I just query these, again, this is going to be high up in the atmosphere, but we're seeing winds in Tallulah about 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's going to be in Warren County shortly. A severe thunderstorm warning continues for Warren and southern Issaquena and Sharkey counties until 5:30. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that is continuing for Rankin and Scott and Smith County till 5:15. 2 minutes away, that storm has kind of exited the region, and then another storm exiting the region as well. There is some flash flooding ongoing right now in Carthage and Singleton, so please do not be driving. Again, no one should be traveling right now. We still have a severe weather outbreak underway. We have tornadoes, both of which are catastrophic right now in the Pine Belt, and a significant line of damaging winds about to sweep through the state as we head towards the sunset hour. Rain right now in Jackson up towards north on 55. Not severe, though. What we're tracking is the 2 confirmed catastrophic tornadoes in the Pine Belt, one near Heidelberg just to the north and one back right now in Collins. And Ken, that is looking like a donut. Can you give us an update on that storm?
Yeah, unfortunately, this one is looks to be almost as bad as the first one that came through this area. So this is the tornado warning. A little bit farther down to the southwest for parts of Covington, Jasper, Jones, and Smith counties. The storm right now is in Covington County. Unfortunately, it is very close to the city of Collins. You can see that warning is going to be in effect until 6 p.m. I want to take a look at the velocity with the storm because, again, very clear indication that we have got rotation there. Look at that. That is just you don't see this very often at all with storms like this. You may get an outbreak like this once every several years across our area. So this, unfortunately, is going to be a day that we're going to remember for a long time. But we have got what is considered now a catastrophic tornado, again, moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour across Covington County, quickly approaching the city of Collins. So let's go ahead and take a look at Live IMAX 2 full screen, and I'm just going to take off the velocity because, again, it's clear where the tornado is. We can even know that just by looking at the debris being produced by the storm. This is another one of those debris balls that we've been talking about, and this storm has been on the ground now for an extended amount of time. I would say at least the last 20 to 30 minutes we've been tracking this storm as well. And unfortunately, again, it's going to be very close to the city of Collins, if not passing directly over that community. It definitely is going to be crossing Highway 49. If it's not already there, crossing the highway, it will be in just a matter of seconds. Now, we get about a minute or two delay with this product as the radar analyzes this data. So what you're seeing here is maybe a minute or so old. So you just really have to project this a little bit farther off to the east and northeast, and that would put it right on Highway 49 and on the north side of the city of Collins. And notice that it's not squarely in the middle of that tornado warned area. That's why they issue fairly large areas for tornado warnings, because there's no guarantee it's going to go right down the middle of the polygon or the cone. And this one is kind of on the south side of this polygon area, but we're definitely inside the tornado warning. So this system, let's see if the forward motion has changed with the storm, and it has not. It's moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So we are going to track this out over the next several minutes. We'll track it out initially just through Covington County, and we'll take it into the northeastern part of the county. It's going to take about 18 minutes to travel through the rest of Covington County, and as it does so, it's going to be moving across places like Ora at 5:20, Hopewell School at 5:28, Hot Coffee at 5:30, and Hebron at about 5:33. And in fact, just noticed that the polygon changed, which means we're getting an update from the National Weather Service. So I'm going to take a look at that update really quickly for you. And again, the verbiage has not changed. This is still an observed tornado. It is right there crossing Highway 49 on the north side of Collins. Tornado damage threat is still catastrophic, and it is still moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. This is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters, which means the tornado has actually been seen by weather spotters, and it would be obvious anyway just from the radar signature and the debris signature that there is a tornado on the ground. The impact from the storm, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That's the wording from this latest tornado warning, this update of this tornado warning coming from the National Weather Service out of Jackson. So again, another catastrophic tornado in Covington County, crossing Highway 49, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, just on the north side of the city of Collins. We'll zoom in and we'll see if we can track some of the streets here. We're looking at Highway 532 and Highway 84. It should be passing between those two. In fact, I'm going to circle once again the tornado debris signature because it's updated just a little bit. So right now it's north of Collins, north of the intersection of Highway 84 and 49, moving toward Hot Coffee. So it is going to be in the vicinity of Hot Coffee and crossing Highway 532 in about 9 minutes. Don't wait 9 minutes because it could be there even before then. I would say you've got a good 5 minutes before the storm is impacting your area. So you've only got that amount of time if you live in or near Hot Coffee to get to your safe spot right now and stay there until the storm has passed through your area. Again, this is a storm. This is a tornado that is on the ground. It's a large tornado. It is producing significant damage and is headed right toward your area. If you live north of Highway 84 and along Highway 532 into eastern Covington County near Hot Coffee. So let's track it farther downstream. We are going to track it into northwestern Jones County, southeastern Smith County, and into Jasper County as well. And as we do that, we're going to notice that some, again, of the same areas that we were talking about before with the first tornado, unfortunately, we're going to be talking about again. We're looking at, again, Hot Coffee at 5:28. Right now, the current time is 5:20 in just a few seconds. So you definitely have less than 8 minutes, but probably closer to just 5 minutes before the storm is near Hot Coffee. You do have a little bit more lead time if you live in places like Summerland. It should be there at about 5:35. So at 5:39. Now, So took a direct impact from the first tornado, and this one is also in the crosshairs of the second tornado. It's kind of on the southern side of this cone that I just drew, but still, it's within that cone. So it should be near Stringer at 5:43 and Lake Como at about 10 minutes before 6 o'clock. This warning will go until the top of the next hour until 6 p.m. So that's the latest with the tornado in Covington County. Now to talk more about what's happening in Jasper County, I'll send it back over to Jacob.
Thanks, Ken, for that update. Again, that's the very pressing situation, so I'm going to go a little bit shorter here because this tornado, the rotation is still very strong, though it is exiting our region. We do not cover Clark County, where it's heading towards Quitman. Again, though, if you know folks in Quitman, Harmony, Pashuta there on 512 towards Highway 45, we have a significant tornado on the ground just to the south of Pacuta there along. It has just crossed Interstate 59 to the north of Heidelberg, and it is still showing signs of a major debris here that has just crossed Interstate 59. So again, a strong tornado here. A hook echo as this supercell tracks off towards the north, and it's headed towards the Alabama state line within the next 30 minutes. Though again, the main storm that I think that we should just go back to is in northern Covington County. That's a tornado emergency, and it's the same place that this first tornado tracked through, Ken.
Yeah, it really is. So I'm just looking at the tornado debris signature once again, and it's still there. It is held together since we saw the storm moving out of, I believe it was Walthall County. In fact, I'm going to go back and track this just to see how long this thing's actually been on the ground. So we'll zoom out just a little bit more. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live IMAX 2 full screen. And right in at about this area. So 4:24, yeah, this storm is approaching being on the ground for about an hour. Well, right there in southern Lawrence County. That's our first tornado debris signature, and that was about 4:39. That's when we know for a fact this tornado was on the ground, so we can track this off to the north and to the east as it progressed through Lawrence County, through Jefferson Davis County, this time north of Bassfield, and into Covington County, passing just on the north side of the city of Collins, and now continuing to move. To me, it looks like toward Taylorsville in Smith County. So there's a look at where it is now. Started at 4:39 approximately. It is now 5:23. So that's at least 40 to 45 minutes. Let's say 45 minutes or so that this catastrophic tornado has been on the ground through Lawrence, Jefferson Davis, and Covington counties. And there's no sign that it is going to weaken anytime soon. So because of that, we're going to zoom in once again, and we're going to track this into the areas that it's moving toward right now. So here's the tornado debris signature, which tells us that damage is being produced by a tornado on the ground at this very moment. And as that's happening, it is also quickly at a pace of 55 miles per hour moving toward Highway 532. It's only 2 miles away from doing that, so it's only about 2 minutes away, crossing Highway 37 in about 5 minutes, and then it may clip the extreme northwestern part of Jones County and into southeastern Smith County, and that's going to be fairly close to Taylorsville. If we're lucky here, this is going to pass to the south of Taylorsville. Obviously not lucky if you live south of Taylorsville along Highway 37, and I believe that's Highway 28. Let's query that just to make sure. Yes, Highway 28. So Highway 37 and then crossing Highway 28 likely to the south of Taylorsville over the next several minutes. It's going to take about, let's say, 10 to 12 minutes to make it into this area. So it's going to be crossing this area over the next several minutes. Please, please take shelter right now. As we have been saying earlier this afternoon, this is definitely a life-threatening situation with the storm. Here's a closer look in. There's your debris signature right there, so it's still producing damage south of Gilmore and quickly approaching the Hot Coffee area. In fact, I'm sure it's just about a mile or two away from Hot Coffee right now. So hopefully you're already in that safe spot. If you're not there, you need to get there as fast as possible. And if you're in Summerland or Gintano or Soso or Taylorsville, anywhere along Highway 28 from Taylorsville to Soso, you need to get into your safe spot right now, because it won't be too long before this catastrophic tornado on the ground moves across your area as well. You've got maybe 5 to 10 minutes before that happens. Jacob?
And Ken, this tornado, again, I'm just going to pull this up here, over the last hour has been tracking across Jefferson, Davis County into Covington. That's where the tornado emergency continues. We have our first images now of damage from this tornado on Highway 42 southeast of Prentice. We have a live camera there. Let's look at that now. This is damage. This is from Storm Chaser 12 Thunder. We are on Highway 42, a little fuzzy, but you can see that is, it looks like a possibly a trailer or a horse trailer and a home there. Complete damage. Right now you're in Jefferson, Davis County. This is where we just had 2 massive confirmed catastrophic tornadoes. Major damage there. Our crew has just arrived on the scene. You can see there are police, emergency managers. Major tree damage, it looks like, as this storm would likely flatten anything in its path. And again, this is just off towards the southeast of Prentice there. Right now you're looking from Highway 42, and this was right there not too long ago where we had the tornado. So again, you're just looking at these images. I know it's fuzzy, but you can see the roof is certainly impacted there. Trees down on cars, buildings. Again, 42 just to the south there in southern Jefferson, Davis County. This happened right back around 5 o'clock. This is when the second tornado moved through, and this is near the community of Carson. Essentially, Carson sits on Highway 42. My goodness, that looks like a trailer wrapped in a tree there. And again, a local emergency manager and Jefferson Davis sheriff on scene. Prentice down to Bassfield along Highway 42, right between Prentice and Bassfield, is a community called Carson, and that is where the tornado crossed there. This is likely going to be somewhere along this area near North Carson Road. And again, you're just seeing major damage there. Looks like a home or some barns completely destroyed. You're looking at live images of southeast of Prentice there and Highway 42. So major damage there. We were also getting some earlier reports and down in southeast Mississippi, down in the Pine Belt, that we possibly had some people trapped in their homes. And I'm hoping that everyone escaped safely, because we had early heads up. We've been tracking these tornadoes for the past couple of hours here in south central Mississippi and across the Pine Belt. And now you're just seeing those trees completely, the limbs completely ripped off right now in Jefferson, Davis County. This is where the confirmed dangerous, likely EF4 to EF5 tornado moved through about 30 minutes ago there. This is live now from our reporter Gerald Harris. He's down on the scene and he's talking. And Gerald, it seems like that you now have your microphone on. You have just arrived on the scene. What are you seeing there, Gerald?
Yeah, we're seeing complete devastation. You can see the path that the tornado here reuniting, hopefully running to see if their family members are okay, and that's the situation that they are dealing with. You can see trees down, power lines down. You see a couple RVs topped over in this yard. So you see a school bus with trees on top of it. So this is a very scary situation for many of the people who live here, checking on their family members. And again, we're in Jefferson Davis County, where you have shown the viewers where that tornado emergency moved through this area. So it's a very dangerous situation, even after the fact that the tornado has moved out. When you have down power lines, trees down, I mean, this still poses a danger to individuals. So what we have now is that we have police officers here, law enforcement. We have the energy companies here to make sure that these wires are not live and they're safe for people to move throughout here. We had a couple of highway patrolmen going around the different properties yelling to see if anyone was home, to make sure that they were clear and there was no one that was unfortunately had died. So we don't have any reports of any injuries or any deaths. We will continue to monitor this area and talk with the community members to see what they saw, what they heard throughout this entire ordeal. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Gerald. And Gerald, if you can still hear me, I just want to tell you before you get off your IFB that you are only a few miles away from Bassfield, Mississippi, and we are getting multiple reports that Graves Key, Graveskey Road in Bassfield, there in the same county where you are, just down the road, multiple people trapped in their homes, rescues underway, and it seems that may be happening there along Highway 42 as you're near the Bassfield area as well. We had a significant tornado near this area not too long ago, so Gerald, stay safe out there. Thank you for getting us these first images. Again, significant tornado has just passed through in the last 30 minutes there, Jefferson Davis County. Now a tornado emergency continues for Covington, Jasper, Jones, and Smith counties until 6 o'clock. And for a radar analysis of this continuing significant tornado, I'm going to send it back to Chief Meteorologist Ken South.
All right, thank you, Jacob. Just horrible pictures there coming out of the Pine Belt. Right now, if we can come to me, and this is Live IMAX 2, and what we're seeing right now is just the radar. I know we haven't shown just the radar recently because we can see exactly where the tornado is with that debris signature, the debris indicator, and a lot of times we look at the velocity so we can see where the winds are twisting in on themselves. But with this tornado, we can actually see it just by looking at the radar. Take a look at this right here. Notice that there is a notch right there. That's called an inflow notch into the storm. And so right there, that's where the wind comes out of the storm. So just by looking at this, we know that there's rotation right there in extreme north and eastern Covington County now, well to the northeast of Collins. But as expected, that's going to be crossing Highway 28 between Taylorsville and Soso. This is Jones County, this is Smith County, this is Jasper County, and we've got a tornado warning for all three of those counties. Let's go ahead and put on the warning there, and you can see that polygon popping up right there. That's where we have our tornado warning. I believe this is going to go until 6 p.m. That's right. So 28 more minutes on this tornado warning. That really doesn't matter, though, because as long as this system holds together, more tornado warnings are going to be issued farther down the line. And there's really no indication that the storm is weakening right now. So we think this is going to be another one of those long track tornadoes. It really already is a long track tornado. And we think that will just continue as it moves northeastward at a pace of 55 miles per hour across really the conjunction of all three of these counties, four if you include Covington where it is now, Jones, Smith, and Jasper counties. The radar updating here, so we'll clear this off. And once again, you see that inflow notch right there. So the tornado is going to be right at about the county line of Covington and Jones County, moving in just a few minutes into extreme southeastern Smith County, crossing Highway 28 south of Taylorsville. If you live in that area south of Taylorsville, north of Soso, and then anywhere to the northeast of there into Jasper County, you are going to need to take shelter right now. In fact, the National Weather Service, notice the polygon changed there, so they have updated this tornado warning. So because of that, I'm going to, let's go ahead and take a look at this full screen, and I'll just read off the information from the National Weather Service. They are saying that this is an observed tornado. This is a confirmed tornado located near Taylorsville, or about 8 miles to the southwest of Stringer. It's moving to the northeast still at about 55 miles per hour. It is a radar-confirmed tornado. So basically just about the same thing. They're not saying catastrophic damage with this now, but you can assume that that is the case still with this storm. It is clearly a tornado. It is clearly on the ground. Let's take a look at the velocity once again with this. And yeah, clearly. Now this is, there's a couple minutes delay with this. So this is the way it looked just a few minutes ago, but you can clearly see where the winds are curling in on themselves with the storm. So there's your tornado right there, right around the county line of Covington and Jones County. Now let's take a look at the debris signature, and we'll see if that is still there as well. And I highly suspect that it is going to be. And let's zoom in, and we'll track this, yeah, off to the north and to the east. Honestly, it doesn't look as good as it did just a few minutes ago, but we don't want you to let your guard down just because of that, because this is still considered a radar-confirmed tornado, a tornado on the ground, a very dangerous situation. If there is a debris signature right now, it looks like it's going to be right there. You see those pixels right there in extreme north and western Jones County, moving very quickly into Smith County as well, and very soon that's going to be into Jasper County. So we know where the tornado is. Let's once again track it off to the northeast. We've already got 55 miles per hour plugged into Live IMAX 12, and these are the places where the storm is going to be headed over the next several minutes. Summerland, Stringer, and Victory Missionary Baptist Church between now and about 5:52. That's about the next 20 minutes. It's going to be moving across these areas, and it's mostly into Smith and in Jasper counties. Let's check out the radar. Once again, we'll zoom out and we'll turn on the radar so we can see everything that's happening right now in Mississippi. And right now, we're looking at a couple of tornado warnings. The one farther to the east, south of Meridian, is that first tornado, which is now a little bit out of our viewing area. I believe that's Clark County, but the reason we're on the air right now is because of this one, which is moving from Covington into Jones, Smith, and Jasper counties. Notice farther to the north for Leake and Atala counties, we've got a flash flood warning, and there is a line of severe thunderstorms. Now moving back in from Louisiana, we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here from just south of Greenville, all the way down to, let's say, south of Vicksburg and Warren County. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be possible with this line. So you may be seeing a break in the rain right now if you live over parts of the metro, but we're not done yet. We've got this next line that's going to be coming through. I think once that comes through, we can put an end to this severe weather situation. But the most unstable part of the atmosphere in Mississippi is going to be right here over the Pine Belt, where the leading edge of this storm is now producing, in at least a couple of instances, tornadoes. And remember, they have been on the ground for a while, for a couple of hours for this one farther to the east, and they've been producing significant damage, as we have shown you. We've got reporters down in that area. We've got more crews headed into that area. Unfortunately, it looks like those folks down there are going to be cleaning up quite a while after this storm moves through. Jacob, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, thanks, Ken. So again, our tornado threat primarily now focused in the Pine Belt, Taylorsville up towards Quitman and Heidelberg, north of Laurel. We also now have now our threat is shifting towards a significant damaging wind threat. Right now in out in Vicksburg and to the north up to Rolling Fork, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes parts of Hinds County, Edwards, Bolton, Bentonia, back towards Yazoo County. It looks like that we have significant damaging winds. As we can take a look at the Vicksburg Bridge, if you guys can pull it up, our severe thunderstorm warning is going there until 6 p.m. This includes Vicksburg, I-20 corridor, all the way up into the Delta, 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging straight line winds. And guess what? We've already had multiple rounds of storms move through. Yeah, there you go. You can see that severe thunderstorm moving on through. Visibility certainly reduced. The trees are not blowing, so it makes me think that this is now on the backside of that severe thunderstorm, which I would think to be true here, looking at our velocity mode. Still, though, significant damaging winds now. This is moving off towards the east of Vicksburg and into Hinds County, Yazoo County. towards Yazoo City. A lot of areas that have already been impacted by severe weather today. This is going to be likely the final line here of severe thunderstorms moving across central Mississippi. So I want to give you an overview as we come back here. So here's downtown Jackson. Yeah, this is a good view for you. We can stay here for just a moment. I want to zoom in on radar and see what this is looking like. The good news is this is what we call a more elevated convection, or thunderstorms that are not surface based, though we do have a lowering certainly there over the convention complex looking off towards the south. Certainly thunderstorms, nothing severe in the metro right now, but it looks like that we're going to be seeing the line of thunderstorms marching off towards the east. If we come back here to max 1 on the green screen, there's the line of significant damaging winds. And what concerns me here is notice how this is starting to take a bow shape. We could see some significant up to hurricane force winds march likely along the I-20 corridor into the north as we head into the evening hours now. And that's not good now that we are approaching the darker hours, sunset approaching pretty shortly, as well as these areas already had a lot of rain, flash flood warnings for Leake County. So heavy rainfall, not going to take much to topple trees. And again, it's a very messy system. So as we kind of take an overview, we still have this massive storm complex producing severe weather from Oklahoma back into Alabama. And we still have supercells in Louisiana. Unfortunately, with these moving off towards the north and east, we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on these over the next couple of hours. Right now, our tornado warnings have been essentially paralleling, so we didn't get much forward motion to clear this out of this. We're not going to get the forward motion until the cold front arrives in the next couple of hours. We're still going to have to watch possible rotation back towards Brookhaven. Right now, not a tornado threat. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Walthall and Marion counties. But again, the main threat right now continues to be the tornado warning for Taylorsville and southern Smith County, southern Jasper County, Heidelberg, Bay Springs. The good news is, if there is good news out of this, is that it is not hitting Soso, which just had that massive wedge tornado move through there, but still significant rotation. Stringer, Highway 15, please seek shelter now. This is going to be moving towards the Interstate 59 corridor shortly. So major tornado still ongoing here across the Pine Belt. This is kind of the last one. Our tornado warning for this area continuing until 6 p.m. for Jasper and Smith counties. This includes Stringer, and likely this is going to be tracking towards Heidelberg and Vosburg. So we're going to watch this area closely. Still seeing some rotation in this, and Ken is kind of dissecting this storm with our scope tool. Ken?
All right, thank you, Jacob. Yeah, we're kind of zoomed in on the same view here. This is our tornado warning until 6 p.m., about the next 19 minutes. But obviously, there's still significant rotation with the storm. If we move away this velocity scope here, let's move it out of the way. And we still are seeing that notch right there. So even just by looking at the radar, we know that this is rotating. This is likely a tornado on the ground. And in fact, the latest information that we have is that this is a radar confirmed tornado. This is a damaging tornado. It is observed. So this is once again a tornado that's on the ground, and it's been on the ground since at least about 4:40, I believe, is when we first saw that tornado debris signature. With this second storm, right now it is past 5:40. So this has been on the ground for at least an hour. The other storm has been on the ground for closer to 2 hours. So this is what we were concerned about leading up to this severe weather outbreak in Mississippi, that we could see violent long track tornadoes. Unfortunately, we know we've seen at least 2 of those in Mississippi, and there's likely going to be more damage across other parts of the state. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and we'll track this storm once again as it's now completely within Jasper County. Notice that Jones County has been taken out of the tornado warning. So Smith County and Jasper County have the tornado warning for them right now. That will stay in effect for about the next 17 and a half minutes, although I really do think the rotating part of the storm has already passed over into Jasper County. So hopefully we're going to get an update here in just the next few minutes telling us that Smith County, the warning has been dropped for them. But check out where we've got the rotation, and it's right there. Now, this was a few minutes ago. So a few minutes ago, it was right around the county line. It's likely just a few miles to the east of there right now. Let's check out our tornado debris signature to see if that is still happening. I'm going to have to make some adjustments here so we can see that, and we'll back this up in time. And all right, let's track this out in time. This was at about 5:28. Obviously, there was a tornado on the ground right there producing debris, crossing Highway 37. Then we can track it out right there. There's your tornado debris signature in Smith County. And now we're not looking to see very much in terms of debris. So that may be a good sign. But again, we do not want you to let your guard down. The storm is still moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Let's turn that warning back on once again, and I'll query that. And again, the forward motion is 55 miles per hour. Notice, though, another tornado warning has not been issued farther downstream, and we're only about 15, 16 minutes away from the expiration of the storm. So obviously we have hopes that maybe it is falling apart and another warning will not be issued. But if it is, of course, we're going to be here to track that storm along with you as long as there is a warning for our area. Let's go ahead and track this, though, off to the north and east. Let's take a look at the velocity once again so we can get a better idea of where the rotating part of the storm was. Now, again, that was a few minutes ago when it was right around the border or the county line of Smith and Jasper counties. We'll track that off to the northeast over about the next 25 minutes. Of course, the warning is not going to go that long. The warning only goes for about the next 15 minutes, but we'll go ahead and track it through the next 25 minutes. And unfortunately, we do have another tornado warning. You can see that just popped in there. So we'll zoom out and we'll take a look at the particulars with this warning. This warning is going to go for Jasper, and I believe that is Clark County, which Clark County is a little bit out of our area, but Jasper County is still in the Pine Belt in our area. So we're going to stay with you while this is in the Pine Belt in Jasper County. Let's go ahead and query this, and this new warning is going to go until about 6:45. Now they're saying this is a radar indicated tornado. So that's, remember, we looked at the debris signature, or that's what we're looking at right now, and we don't see anything that pops out at us like it did before. And in fact, this latest update is saying that it's not observed or not confirmed, but it is a radar indicated rotation. And that's why the tornado warning has been continued farther to the northeast to include the rest of Jasper County and moving into parts of Clark County until 6:45. Still moving at the same speed. It's moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So instead of looking at the debris signature, I'm actually going to put the radar back on, and then we're going to take a look at the velocity scope so we can get an idea again about where that rotation might be, because again, debris thankfully not being produced anymore by the storm, but there is still rotation there. So where's the rotation? Well, at least a few minutes ago, it was right there to the north and to the east of Highway 15. So we'll circle where that rotation was, and there you can still see a little bit of an inflow notch right there. So we're thinking that's where the rotating part of the severe thunderstorm is, and we're going to track it off to the northeast, once again into Clark County over the next 35 minutes. And these places are going to pop up in the cone that I just drew. And you should be hearing, once again, your tornado sirens if you live in these communities: Waldrop, Barnett, Pashuta, and Quitman at about 6:18. You are in the tornado warning, and you should be hearing those tornado sirens sounding in your area as the storm continues to work off to the north and to the east at about 55 miles per hour. Let's check out and see if there's any hail with the storm. We are seeing some small hail being produced by it. And let's go ahead and check out the lightning to see if we're seeing a cluster of lightning strikes. Not really a cluster of lightning strikes, but still lightning being produced by the storm in Jasper County over the past several minutes. At least 43 of those lightning strikes. So the bottom line is you need to stay put where you are. You don't need to get out and about. You don't need to travel. You need to stay indoors as the storm is passing through, and just go ahead and play it safe and get into your safe spot and stay there until we can tell you that the storm is to the east of you and that you're in the all clear. Now, if you're in Smith County, if you're in Jones County, Covington County, we can say that because now we know that the rotating part of the storm is going to be right there. Where you see that inflow notch right in there is where we're expecting to have rotation and possibly a tornado. Remember, we've talked about this before. This tornado was on the ground for a long time, at least an hour, and there's nothing to say that because of the environment that it's moving through, that it couldn't weaken and then cycle back up. And we could see, once again, a tighter circulation reemerge with this storm. That's why the tornado warning was continued for about the next hour or so through the rest of Jasper and into parts of Clark counties. Now, I think that's pretty much it as far as tornado warnings are concerned right now. I'm going to take a look at all the warnings. Now, we do have another one for Meridian, but again, that's a little bit out of our area. As far as we are concerned in our area, we're looking at a flash flood warning. That is for Attala and Leake counties. That's going to go until 7:45. And then we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for the lower end of the Delta, Issaquena, Humphreys, Yazoo, Warren counties. Those warnings will go until about 6 p.m. So we're looking at the current tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warnings to the west expiring at 6 p.m. and the flash flood warning to the northeast of Jackson. That's going to last until about 7:45, about 2 hours from now. Jacob, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Ken, yeah, so you're looking at an overview here live on Max 12. Want to show that as well. We've got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Ken, they're still saying that this line of severe thunderstorms from Vicksburg up into the Delta has a heightened tornado risk as we head over the next couple of hours. So unfortunately, kind of as we forecast, we were unsure about the exact environment. We were originally forecasting for about 3 waves of storms. Unfortunately, that is what we're getting. We had wave number 1 around lunchtime today, passed through the Delta into Yazoo County, confirmed tornadoes along the way. That was wave 1 north of I-20. Wave 2 is still ongoing in the Pine Belt. That's where we have multiple supercells, 2 of which trained across Jefferson Davis County and now damaging winds in Yazoo County moving towards the Delta. Now, let me know if this has changed, but I think that we may still have a reporter in Jefferson Davis County, and Gerald is live there. Gerald, have you moved locations? Do you have an update on possible search and rescues and damage there to the south of Prentice? Gerald?
Bassfield, just county. Multiple reports. One, he confirmed that there have been multiple reports of injuries, and they're still working those out. He also is saying that he's on his way to the scene right now to investigate that. But the damage is clear here, right here on Highway 42. You can see that there's damage here, and family members have come and seen the damage, and RVs have been flipped over. It's just a property, seeing loved ones who have almost nothing at this moment. Livable conditions have been just going forward. Doesn't look like they'll be able to stay in their homes. There's trees down, power lines into trees, power lines down on the roadways, and as always, every power line that it's alive. We're seeing here, we'll move closer to Bassfield as we're getting those reports of multiple injuries, and the undersheriff said there may be 1 fatality. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Gerald. So again, right now he was in Prentice County, which had he was in Prentice in Jefferson Davis County, which had 2 catastrophic tornado emergencies move through. And again, we are now getting word, the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency is now confirming at least 1 fatality in Walthall County in extreme South Mississippi from earlier this afternoon's thunderstorms. A tornado was in that area a while back. And let's see if I may have the track here where we can go back and look at that. And as kind of I take this back in time, there it is. We're going to zoom down into Walthall County again. MEMA confirming at least 1 fatality there. This was that tornado in Pike County that quickly developed a donut and a confirmed TDS, and likely occurred in the northern part of the county here at 4:30 near Sartonville. Sartonville took a direct hit, and I'm afraid that's where we may have had some catastrophic damage. And unfortunately, that was just the beginning of the trail of this significant tornado, 1 of 2 of them that tracked all the way through. So again, major damage across South Mississippi. This is unfortunately what we're afraid of. The particularly dangerous situation tornado watch continues for the next over 2 hours across central Mississippi. The National Weather Service telling us that this line of storms from I-20 to the north will continue a medium to high tornado risk. So it is not over. The event is not done. Wherever you are in central Mississippi, this is likely going to be the last line of storms storms, we're hoping, but still significant severe storms across the Pine Belt. A tornado warning now continues for Jasper County. I want to zoom here into Simpson County. We were tracking some tightening rotation, but it looks like that is weakened. That is good news. Just a strong thunderstorm right now over Mendenhall and McGee. No rotation and no severe weather. But again, a very active afternoon as we continue this tornado outbreak here across central Mississippi. And we do have a flash flood warning. This is ongoing. I just want to let you know. Another situation where we have roads possibly underwater from Carthage up towards Singleton and Kosciuszko here along Highway 35. We had some significant rainfall as rain is ongoing there. So again, lots of severe weather continues across central Mississippi. We're approaching 6 o'clock and our entire storm team 12 is here tracking these storms for you. Our entire team of reporters, anchors is working on this story. We have reporters fanned out across central and south Mississippi as we had two very dangerous catastrophic tornadoes. And essentially what I'm going to do here is pull on our storm reports. This is just a preview of what will likely be a major long track tornado. We don't have the confirmed reports from Lawrence, Jefferson, Davis, and Marion County because the EMA is busy right now rescuing people from their homes. But we do know that there was a tornado confirmed just to the north of Salem there in Walthall County, and that was near the town of Sartonville. So maybe I can query one of these. Let me see if I'm going to be able to do that. Maybe not. But again, it looks like we had tornado there and then also tracked up towards the Covington County area. And that's where we had at least one tornado completely cross Interstate or U.S. Highway 49 between Collins and Seminary. This was the first one. The second one passed right along 184 through Collins and is pushing up towards the north. And that's where we continue a tornado warning here for Jasper County. Right now, the velocity still looking tight here. I'm not sure the status of this warning. Ken, do we have an update on the wording of this warning from the National Weather Service?
It goes until 6:45. Okay. It is still radar indicated. This radar indicated tornado. So it's not confirmed, not observed. This one, though, was on the ground for more than an hour. So it may have lifted, but that could just be a temporary situation. That's why the tornado warning has been extended until 6:45 for Jasper going into Clark counties. So if the rotation tightens up, it could very well touch down once again. And that's what we see a lot of times with these mother storms. Sometimes they'll weaken and the tornado will lift and then it'll tighten up again and it'll put down a separate second tornado. So long track tornado could be followed by another one as we move through east central Mississippi over the next several minutes. I was actually just reading from the Storm Prediction Center about a couple of different areas in Mississippi, and you mentioned this one back off to the west. Still going to be a tornado threat with that, but also we're looking at storms coming out of southeastern Louisiana here. Now, these are severe thunderstorms on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, but notice the path here. They're moving as well to the northeast, so eventually that's going to put them in the Pine Belt as well. That could be over the next hour or 2 or 3, and that's why this tornado watch will go for about the next couple of hours at least. We got a tornado watch until 8 p.m., and I think that even could be extended farther in time to the east and, well, farther in time and then farther to the east as well, because I don't think we're even close to this situation coming to an end. We're really going to have to see the back edge of this line, which is just now moving into Mississippi and moving through central Louisiana. We got to see that come all the way through before the threat is totally done. So with these discrete cells popping up in southeastern Louisiana, those are going to be moving into a very unstable, rich environment as well. One thing that may help us is the sun going down, temperatures cooling down just a little bit. Of course, the sun doesn't set until a little bit later now. I believe sun sets at about 7:30, and right now your time is about 6 o'clock. By the way, that first tornado warning for Jasper County set to expire at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and this is what I'm talking about here. This red polygon right there. You don't really see anything in there at all now. That's the one that is set to expire here in about 2 minutes. So you're going to see this one popping off there, but we still do have a tornado warning farther to the northeast because, again, we're looking at an inflow notch right there. So just by looking at the radar, we can tell that there is a rotation there, and we can confirm that by looking at the velocity within the storm. And doing that, you can see the reds and the greens right next to one another. The red denoting winds moving away from the radar site, and Brandon, the green, moving towards. So we definitely have a rotation right there, although this is still a radar indicated rotation. We don't have anything confirmed or observed on the ground with this tornado any longer, but the potential is still there for another touchdown with this storm. So we're going to be with you as this is moving through the Pine Belt in Jasper County. It looks like this storm is going to be in Jasper County as it's moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour for likely about the next 15 minutes. So I know the warning goes until 6:45, but a lot of this warning is actually for Clark County. I think for for Jasper County, it's probably only going to be in that county, the east central part of Jasper, for about the next 15 minutes. Producer Director, do we have any more live shots, any information? All right, so I'm going to toss it back over to Melanie Christopher right now with more information about what's been happening with these storms.
Thank you very much, Ken. Yes, we are going to talk now with the director of the Mississippi Emergency Management Association. That's Greg Michelle. He'll be with us in just a moment. We are hearing now reports from Soso, Mississippi, that there's a lot of damage there also, that there are a house sitting on Highway 49 between Collins and Seminary, multiple injuries, people trapped in homes north of Laurel and in the Soso community, and that the Soso Volunteer Fire Department has been destroyed. Now, these are just things coming in from people on Facebook. 49 southbound lane block just north of Collins. Remember, about 519 is when Collins was going to get hit. It was headed that way. So multiple trees are across the highway. So, of course, all of this is going to make everything more difficult to get to them, and et cetera. People are going to have to come in from different sides there. Bassfield, another area. We are reporting one fatality now in Walthall County. That's the only fatality that has been mentioned, though we do know a lot of people are displaced, and there's been a lot of damage, as you can imagine. This is, I don't know if it's historic or not. We'll have to go back in the records and see. But to have two possibly F3, F4 tornadoes back to back on the same path, I have not heard of that. So that is that is very unusual to me. Do I have Mr. Michelle now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Michelle. I know very busy time right now. We knew this was going to possibly be bad. Well, we knew it would be multiple tornadoes. It really is. I'm seeing that there's lots of damage in the south part, in Walthall County, in Jones County, Jeff Davis County. What can you tell us now? Are rescue crews on the way?
Yeah, so we've got, they're doing rescues in Walthall County now. We're just now starting to get pictures and some estimates of damage up in Jones County. And, of course, we know we've got extensive damage in Jefferson Davis, Lawrence County, Covington County as well. We're still trying to get that. We do have, I've got air coordinators that are en route to these areas, and we do have search and rescue assets that are staging and ready to go in some places where we're still waiting on the weather to stabilize. We know we've had fatalities today. They're unconfirmed, but we know this has been a very dangerous storm. And you're right, we did know that this storm was going to have the potential to be what it was, and it's just very. It makes your heart sink when you start getting these pictures and damage reports in.
I know it. And you all, you've been on almost daily with Governor Reeves talking about, of course, the coronavirus and all. But in most of those, press conferences, you did talk about weather, that this is severe weather season for us, and that you very much were aware of what was going to happen, and you had your people in place for all that. I know you do training all the time for this.
Sure, and we've been tracking this weather system for about 7 to 10 days, so we absolutely knew that it had the potential to be dangerous. It started out a little slower than we thought today, but when it kicked off, it just was back to back to back. And I heard you mention earlier about the two storms that kind of piggybacked on one another and virtually followed the same track, and that's uncommon. But everything that's been going throughout the day today and talking about this system, very dangerous.
And we're talking mainly about, when we first started, of course, it came across from Monroe and then went into, I think, Sharkey and then into Yazoo. We were concentrated there for a little bit, but really the major damage is south, is it not?
It is. Yeah, the storm system that kind of kicked off, this particular storm track kind of kicked off in Walthall County. Thought was going to dissipate for a little bit there as it crossed, but then it got into the edge there of Lawrence County, and it just tracked all the way from there, Jefferson Davis, Covington County into Jones County, and it was a bad storm. So we had two separate systems there. That one that hit in the Yazoo City area, and then this second one that we knew was going to be worse, but we didn't know how bad. Is the one that we've had most recently today.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, my hearts do go out for all the people having to go through this, as well as also during this time of self-isolation and worried about a virus and all. It just seems like it's an awful lot to handle. I know you said you've got your search and rescue teams in place, but there are reports of houses on Highway 49. There are reports of cars blocking the highway. All of that is going to make all of this a little bit more difficult, isn't it? Trees down?
Absolutely. And I've talked to both MDOT, Mississippi Highway Patrol, and everybody we were preparing for this. So it will take some time to get out and get the roads cleared where we got trees across. The communities are going to need some assistance with traffic control points and keeping, traffic out of there while they clean up. But we're in for a very long night, and probably into the next week is going to be a long week.
I'm sure. Well, let me just ask you this. We might not know much about this coronavirus, but Mississippians know storms. So what can people do? Is the best thing to stay put and not try to even go down to see loved ones or try to get to loved ones or anything like that? Is it best just to stay put? And is there anything that people can do from here, even though we are in a kind of a self-isolating, as I said, atmosphere here?
Yeah, the best thing that everyone can do right now is to try not to do any unnecessary travel, and that's not from a COVID standpoint. That's just from the danger. You're starting to get into dark hours. We need to let the emergency personnel, the first responders, get in and do what they need to do without a lot of unnecessary traffic. I know that people are going to want to panic to try to find out about loved ones. They will eventually get the information, but right now, please let the emergency responders get in and do what they need to do in these next few hours and through the night.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to just ask you one more question here. We know that there's been a fatality in Walthall County, a local EMA in Lawrence County reporting 2 deaths. Can you confirm that?
I have heard that. I have not got confirmed information on the ones in Lawrence County.
All right. Well, we'll be looking into all of that, and of course, stay safe, all of you out there, all the rescue crews and everyone else. Those down power lines and all that for just the average person can be so dangerous. And with y'all going out there in the dark, I know it's difficult. Thank you so much. A lot on your plate too, as well as the governor. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right. That was Greg Michelle, the director of MEMA. Telling people, please don't try to get down to down or up wherever you are to where you have family or friends. Just stay put. It's getting dark, and they really need to be all cleared for that. So, and a lot of the roads are blocked with trees, even a house, and down power lines. You don't want to get anywhere near that. So just stay put, and we're doing our best social media, trying to let people know other people are okay. So let us know, and we'll put the word out. Now I'm going to send it back over to Chief Meteorologist Ken South.
All right, thank you, Melanie. Let's concentrate on this tornado warning that we still have in the Pine Belt for east central Jasper County. We are getting some new information, an update from the National Weather Service on this, and we'll see that this warning, again, goes until 6:45. Now, we don't think it's going to be in Jasper County for that much longer, probably for the next several minutes. Certainly by the bottom of the hour, we expect this to move into Clark County. At that point, we're hopeful that this would be the end of the tornado warnings, but we can't guarantee that because there are other severe thunderstorms farther to the west that are exhibiting some signs of rotation. And remember, we're still under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. So the environment is still right for those severe thunderstorms to once again develop into tornadoes. But let's take a look at the tornado warning that we've got right now with Live Eye Max 2 full screen. And well, this is a radar indicated tornado. Now, this is the one, this was the second one of the two that followed each other. This is the second one. And this one was on the ground for at least an hour, but we don't think that it's on the ground right now. Of course, if it strengthens, it could once again touch down, so that's why this tornado warning is still in effect. But right now, this is a radar indicated rotation, so at a minimum, it is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing yet another tornado. So you see the red polygon here, that's the warning until 6:45. So here's a look inside the storm, and there you can see the reds and the greens pretty close to one another, although we're not seeing an extremely tight couplet with those very strong winds like we had before, but there's still something there. We've got winds moving in this direction away from Brandon, and then we've got winds moving in this direction toward Brandon. So there's still a rotation there, although, again, it's not a tight couplet, and we say that because if you look at this, we're seeing a little bit of this gray area right there between the greens and the reds, which tells us that the winds aren't exactly next to one another, that are moving in opposite directions. So we see that kind of gray area surrounding the green and the red right there. That tells us that it's a broader rotation, not as strong as it was before. So that is a good sign, but we still want you to take this seriously, obviously, because of what has happened earlier this afternoon with these storms producing significant, in some cases, catastrophic damage. You just don't need to take any chances with a storm like this in this environment. So because of that, we're going to continue to track this storm, and we'll behave as if this is a tornado that's on the ground, although right now it is just radar indicated. It's moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So if the rotation is here, we're thinking it's only going to be in east, let's say northeast now, Jasper County, for about the next 3 to 5 minutes, tracking over the next 3 miles. And that is going to be tracking across Highway 18 and then south of Highway 513. So that's the latest with that tornado warning in east central Mississippi. We want you to see, though, that farther back off to the west, we've got some more things happening here. In addition to a flash flood warning until 7:45 for southern Attala and much of Lee County, including the city of Carthage, we do have now severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, the most pressing one is this one, again, moving into the Pine Belt, because this one is a severe thunderstorm, but some rotation has been indicated. So just like we always say, if you get a severe thunderstorm warning within a tornado watch, it is always possible that if the rotation tightens up, that it could be upgraded to a tornado warning. And I'm actually seeing a little bit of a notch in here right like this just by looking at the radar, and you can see how the rain is kind of jutting out on the backside of this. So that's where we would think the rotation is. But we're going to examine this with our scope tool, where we're seeing the velocity, the wind speed, and the wind direction inside this little circle. And sure enough, we are seeing winds moving in opposite directions here, toward the radar site in Brandon and away from the radar site in Brandon. But remember, just as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you see this gray area right in between. That means while there is rotation, it is broad, it's not tight, and there's not a couplet there. So if in future scans we actually see the reds and the greens touching one another, that would tell us that the rotation, the circulation is tightened up, and that is likely when the severe thunderstorm warning will be upgraded to a tornado warning. Obviously, we hope that doesn't happen, but that's what we are going to be looking for with this storm. So with this storm right now, the reason it is severe is because it is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and at least quarter-sized hail, which is 1 inch in diameter hail. It is moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. So we're going to push this back over to the bottom left portion of the screen. We'll plug in 60 miles per hour into Live Eye Max 12, and we're going to track this out and show you the areas that it's going to be moving across over the next several minutes. So we'll do this first with this cone tool. Notice, again, right there, I'm going to start where we see that little notch right there, and we're going to take it out just to the edge of the warning area. And that's going to take it about 10 minutes to get to the county line between Smith County and Jasper County. And over that time, it looks like several locations, several places are going to be in the path of the storm just within this cone area. We're looking at Pineville at about 614, Clear Springs at about 618. Over the next several minutes, the severe thunderstorm, which may be producing a tornado if the circulation tightens up, is going to be moving across Smith County and into, it looks like, the northwestern part of Jasper County, although the warning right now is just for Smith County. We'll zoom in a little bit closer so we can track some of the streets that are going to be affected by the storm. And obviously, Pineville, the community of Pineville and Clear Springs, going to be in the path of the storm, along with Highway 501. And as we zoom in closer, there you see just ahead of the storm, we're looking at places like Talley Road, Harris Road, South County Road 517, and County Road 534, Boyd Road, and a little bit farther up to the north, we're looking at County Road 520 and Bienville Road. All of those places are going to be in the path of the storm, the severe thunderstorm, now moving through Smith County to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So that's the latest with this storm. Back off to the west, we've got a large severe thunderstorm warning here. Let's query this and we'll see what the latest is on this one. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. The storm is capable of producing 60 miles per hour winds and hail that is just a little bit smaller than quarter in size. Now, it doesn't look as good as it did just a few minutes ago. It's breaking up just a little bit. So we're not going to concentrate too much on that line of storms unless we begin to see some rotation with that. Now, there is still that possibility. We're getting word from the Storm Prediction Center that there's still going to be a risk of rotation even within this back line of storms. But once this back line comes through, I think we're actually going to be done with our severe weather threat. It's just that it's going to take probably at least a couple more hours for that to get through our area. We're also going to be keeping a close eye on these storms in southeastern Louisiana. You see the trajectory here. They're also moving off to the northeast. So Pearl River County has actually got a severe thunderstorm warning for it. And if these warnings are continued farther to the northeast, that's going to take these severe thunderstorms into the Pine Belt as well. I also want you to notice that we have got our local storm reports on the map here, and you can see the damage, the widespread damage that we have seen in Mississippi today. It stretches from the Delta, which happened right around the noon hour, to, of course, the tornado damage, the significant tornado damage farther to the south from Walthall County and points northeast into the Pine Belt. A little bit farther to the north, we're looking at places like Attala County, seeing some flooding and some wind damage there right around Kosciuszko. And then, of course, if we widen out the scene more, you can see the horrible severe weather day we've seen on this Easter Sunday, not only in the state of Mississippi, but across the southeast from Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, through Mississippi, and now it's going to continue, it looks like, into Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. But again, here is the very latest with the warnings that we've got across the area right now. We'll turn on the warnings, and we've still got severe thunderstorm warnings to the north of the metro. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings for southeast Louisiana, and it looks like that tornado warning finally has been canceled for Jasper County. So there's still a warning there, but it's now just for Clark County, which is a little bit out of our area. So really, I think of all the warnings that we've got right now in our area, it's just the three of these: severe thunderstorm warning in Madison County and points north, flash flood warning to the northeast of Jackson to include the Carthage area, and then also this severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Smith County. That's the one that's the most pressing because there has been some rotation indicated, although it's not tight enough to prompt a tornado warning, at least at this time. Now, for more information on the storm, I'm going to send it back over to Jacob.
Okay, thanks, Ken. So right now it looks like across South Mississippi, the Storm Prediction Center, we're getting kind of these localized updates, very helpful in tornado outbreaks, telling us which storms are trending upwards, which are trending downwards. And I'm just going to zoom out here to a more regional view real quick and show you. We kind of got some different systems here moving across central Mississippi right now. One of them is the tornado cell that's now moving towards Meridian. The other one is the tornado or the severe thunderstorm warnings for Simpson and Smith County that Ken was showing you, and then also damaging winds north on I-55. Notice this cluster, though, moving out of Louisiana. The Storm Prediction Center saying that all of these are going to have supercell potential and another round of tornadoes is possible across South Mississippi. So again, the tornado threat is nowhere near over across South Mississippi. We are seeing these storms move up from the south, and all of them essentially have kind of these tags on the south of them. These could turn into hook echoes if they develop in a more favorable atmosphere, which is out ahead of them towards the Hattiesburg area. So we're going to be watching South Mississippi closely. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. No tornado warnings across central Mississippi. That is the good news. And now again, we have multiple damage reports across South Mississippi coming in. A lot of damage from the confirmed tornadoes in Walthall, Marion, Lawrence, Jefferson Davis, Covington County, Jones, Jasper, and southern Smith counties. We had two tornadoes track along this way, and that tornado now approaching the Meridian area. We still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, damaging wind, a main threat with them, and we're going to zoom in here to Holmes County, where we're watching for any rotation. The National Weather Service said we need to keep a close eye for possible tornadoes. Good news is right now in this, I am not seeing any rotation in this. Still damaging winds, though, that could cause significant damage approaching Durant, West Goodman here along 55 pretty shortly. Along the I-20 corridor, just some showers back towards the Vicksburg area. The metro right now is dry. Strong thunderstorms, though, currently in Simpson and Smith counties. Mendenhall, McGee, Raleigh, you're still under this severe thunderstorm warning, and a lot of folks are. Here's the yellow polygon here. Again, a tornado possible. We don't have a confirmed tornado or tight rotation, but again, we're in a very favorable environment where we could see that certainly happen pretty shortly. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning for Simpson and Smith County going until 7 p.m. Mendenhall, McGee included in this Raleigh Center Ridge, and so those are the areas that we're going to continue to monitor. Again, I want to show you an overview right now. Here. So we are looking from downtown Jackson towards the south and the west, and we are not seeing any storms locally. That's the good news. There's the convention complex there, the planetarium. To the south, just gray skies. Still on the warm side, though, the rain has cooled us down a little bit. 71 right now in Jackson, a west-southwest wind at 8 miles per hour. This is important. No one in central Mississippi has been dropped from the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Everyone is still under this tornado watch for at least the next hour and a half. So significant long track tornadoes that we've seen already are still going to be possible. No imminent threat, but we are still watching all of these storms extremely closely. We have a lot of complexes of storms. South Mississippi, they have a mesoscale discussion saying those we have to watch for a tornado threat as well. As you kind of mentioned earlier, moving up from Louisiana, still a favorable environment, especially to the south and the east here. If you're heading down in Hattiesburg, we haven't had a supercell there yet, and that's where we have an environment still favorable for tornadoes. And then also to the north, the atmosphere recovered a little bit. The good news is, though, these showers not looking strong as they're crossing the Mississippi River into, say, Claiborne, Franklin County, Jefferson County, Adams County, towards Hinds County. We're going to see some showers move through downtown Jackson shortly, though. But here in Smith County and Simpson County, that's where that severe thunderstorm warning continues. So before we go back over to Ken, I just want to zoom back into South Mississippi one more time and check the rotation down here. These have kind of a tag on the south of them, a supercell look. Right now, though, the good news is not seeing too strong of rotation at all in this. The lightning, though, has started to pick up, so we'll watch some of these storms for strengthening. To the north, though, we still have some weak rotation in some of the stronger storms that's kind of on the north side of the Pine Belt, Ken.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. This is our severe thunderstorm warning closest to the Jackson metro area down to the south of us. And notice this is Panola, this is Bush, this is in, let's see, we are in Simpson County. So this is south of Mendenhall and just to the west of McGee. Panola right there, right around Highway 43 and Highway 28. So it was right about that area about 5 minutes ago that we had a severe thunderstorm, and there had been some rotation indicated with this as well. So we're going to be watching for this to possibly spin up a tornado as well. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. The storm is moving off to the northeast, I believe at about 60 miles per hour. This storm is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. So that's some pretty large hail coming out of this storm. And again, a little bit of rotation with it as well. So it's one of those scenarios where we're going to have to watch for that rotation to tighten up. So where is the rotation? Well, let's go ahead and scan this with our velocity product here, and it's not very prominent, but just to the east of Panola now, we're looking at a little area right there south of Mendenhall, which could be a little bit of something. So that's what we're going to be watching here as we go through the next several minutes, and we're watching this severe thunderstorm continue to progress off to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. Still a dangerous storm. You still need to stay inside while this is moving through, and it wouldn't hurt to just go ahead and be in that safe spot just in case rapid strengthening does happen and we see this upgraded to a tornado warning, because at a minimum we're looking at, again, large hail up to ping pong ball in size, heavy rain, dangerous lightning strikes, and gusty winds, I believe on the order of about 60 miles per hour. So yeah, the hail is going to be about 1.5 inches in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, a little bit of rotation as it's approaching Highway 49 between the Mendenhall and the McGee area. So that storm we're going to be watching. That is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. Notice, we'll go ahead and take a look at Live IMAX 2 full screen so we can get a better look at this. We've also got those storms coming out of southeast Louisiana, but closer to home, we're actually looking at a storm moving through the northern part of the metro. Now, this is extreme northern Madison County, but also mostly in Holmes County. We're looking at this severe thunderstorm. Not seeing a rotation with this one, but we're just going to go ahead and scan it just to be sure that we're not looking at anything there. And notice we're not seeing very much at all. We'll keep track of that up to the north of us, but really I'm not seeing anything that would tell me that this might be upgraded to a tornado warning. So the threat is still there, but we're not seeing it right now as we're scanning the storm. What we are seeing, though, is heavy rain once again approaching the west and the Durant and the Pickens area, along with some pretty good lightning strikes. And I believe hail is also going to be possible with the storm. Yeah, 1 inch in diameter hail, which is quarter-sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threats with this severe thunderstorm warning. And notice the warning extends from northern Madison County through Holmes and into parts of Atala County as well. A little bit farther to the south of Kosciuszko, we're still looking at a flash flood warning. That's this green shaded area. This flash flood warning is going to be in effect for about the next hour and 20 minutes until about 7:45. We've already seen about 2 to 3 inches of rain in the warned area, and obviously there's still heavy rain in this area right now from Carthage through Singleton and just to the southeast of Kosciuszko. So I know we haven't seen a whole lot of reports of flash flooding, although I believe there has been one. We'll turn on those storm reports. Now there's actually a couple of those. So we'll zoom in. There's actually 3 flash flooding reports along Highway 25. Of course, that's the road. That's Lakeland Drive coming out of Jackson. Highway 25 goes through Leake County north of Carthage and eventually makes its way up toward the Starkville area. So at least at 3 different locations along Highway 25 between Carthage and Starkville, we've had some flash flooding reports. Let's see if we can query. Yeah, water across the southbound lane of Highway 25. That's that southernmost flash flooding report. Multiple trees down around Renfro. That's a wind report. And then another flash flooding report just to the east of Atala County. One road washed out near Prattsburg. So we don't want to exclude that part of this severe weather event. Before this event happened, we said that all forms of severe weather would be possible: tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, but also flash flooding. So a road apparently has been washed out near Zama in Winston County, and that's actually near Prattsburg. So we want you to be careful if you're going to be in and about that area. That's very close to our viewing area, just to the east of Leake and Atala counties, near Prattsville in Winston County. There's a road that is washed out there. If you take a look at this, just to the south of Kosciuszko, we're looking at another wind report. So really severe weather damage all across the area, from flooding, from just the damaging straight line winds. We've had hail reports and obviously tornado reports as well. One confirmed in Yazoo County, and we know we've had the catastrophic tornadoes, one right after the other, moving across the Pine Belt. It's also a flash flood warning along Interstate 20 to the east of Jackson and Lauderdale County around the Meridian area. But of course, the biggest concern right now are these storms moving into the Pine Belt once again, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. because at least some rotation has been indicated here, and it's not out of the question that we could actually see a tornado warning issued for this area if it tightens up. And it does look a little bit better than it did just a few minutes ago. I'm going to zoom into the Mendenhall area and notice we're seeing a little cluster of lightning strikes in this area. That tells us that there's a lot of motion going on, there's a lot of chaos in the atmosphere, and that draws our attention to an area. So we've had 37 lightning strikes in this red box between Mendenhall and McGee over the past several minutes. And if we take a look inside the storm, yeah, there's some green and some red shadings there, pretty close to one another. It looks better than it did a few minutes ago, although we are seeing again that gray area right around the red, which tells us that there is not a tight couplet. If it gets a little bit stronger and the couplet gets a little bit tighter, I could see this being upgraded to a tornado warning. So this is northeastern Simpson County, and what you should know is this is moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So that would put Smith County in the crosshairs of this storm as it continues to move off in that direction. In fact, we will take this out to the edge of the warning polygon. This is over the next, let's say about 25 minutes or so, and these are the towns that are going to be in the path of this severe thunderstorm. We're looking at Traxler at 636, Heater at 638, Raleigh at 643, Lemon at 648, and Pineville at about 642 or 52. So again, there's some pretty decent sized towns in the path of this severe thunderstorm, which is exhibiting some signs of rotation within a tornado watch. So this is the storm that really bears watching over the next several minutes as we are now at the bottom of the hour. So are we going to send it back to Melanie right now for more coverage? Since we're at the 6:30 hour, all right, let's go ahead and send it over to Jacob for right now.
Okay, thanks, Ken. So again, right now we're tracking multiple severe thunderstorms, a severe thunderstorm warning on the north side of the Jackson Metro. This is not tornadic, but Durant West seeing significant damaging winds right now. That's going to be moving into northern Atala County as well. So strong, significant severe weather off towards the north of Interstate 20 right now. Durant West, Kosciuszko. Again, you don't want to be outside in this. Frequent lightning as well, pushing through with this damaging winds. Right now, a few scattered showers along I-20 as we continue to update radar. Ken's been watching this storm pretty closely. Simpson and Smith counties. That's still in a favorable environment for spin-up tornadoes. And again, we're still watching here in South Mississippi. We're so far so good. We're still looking at some. These are really trying to rotate. The good news is the atmosphere is pretty worked over in these areas. This is where we had two long-track tornadoes, and so the atmosphere is having trouble recovering, which is good news for us. Regardless of all of those things that are inhibiting these storms, we still have a tornado watch that is classified as a particularly dangerous situation across central Mississippi. Whether you're in Macomb, Hattiesburg, Natchez, in the Metro, Vicksburg, Forest, Meridian, all the way up in the Delta, Lexington, Atala, Louisville, a dangerous tornado watch continues. No one really is in the clear yet. We have not had the cold front move through. We are what is called the warm sector, and that is where we are seeing the multiple long track tornadoes. Right now, we're looking off towards the southwest here from downtown Jackson. Very dark skies. No severe weather, though, right now in the Jackson Metro. Just strong thunderstorms with heavy rainfall there. moving through Hinds County as we head into the evening time hours now. So I wanted to take you back here to the radar loop, and what we've been seeing here over the past couple of hours is kind of a messy situation here. We had 2 tornadoes that have now kind of dissipated as these storms moved off towards the north. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings though for northern Madison, northern Yazoo, Holmes, Atala counties, as well as Simpson and Smith counties. So 2 tornado warnings, or excuse me, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then down towards Louisiana state line, also watching a severe thunderstorm coming up out of the Louisiana area. Now behind this, we still have a ways to go. Unfortunately, it looks like as we kind of turn on our national radar view, we're not going to be completely done until these storms swing through. So we said midnight. That probably time frame, unfortunately, still looks about right. You can see these storms have a southerly component to them. Excuse me. A low pressure system right now probably sitting in Arkansas, and so we're getting rotation around this low pressure system, and a very messy system of very classic supercells here from Mississippi and Alabama, rain wrapped, very dangerous, significant long track as we've been forecasting. And that threat is now extending into the Alabama area, as well as portions of Georgia going to also have this threat as we head into the overnight hours. The good news is I think our tornado threat should be finished by midnight as we come into a local view here. Right now, just dealing with severe thunderstorms. Right now, we can check on some rotation in a few of these severe thunderstorms, make sure that we're not seeing, we're seeing broad rotation here down towards the south. That is where we're seeing some broad rotation here. Some damaging winds going to be possible with this. No tornado threat immediately, though that is the good news there. Up towards the north, we're not also seeing rotation in this severe thunderstorm, just damaging winds with this. Still could pack a punch, though, with hail possible and all of these storms. Also seeing some hail now in Simpson County. This is going to be back towards the Martinville area as we query this hail size, heading towards Upton and Traxler here along 540. About 1 inch of hail there passing on Highway 540. So again, no tornado warnings right now, still tracking some severe thunderstorm warnings. So for another update, we're going to send it back over to Melanie Christopher.
Jacob?
Yep.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we continue our coverage on this deadly path that these storms have taken. On the phone right now with me is Carl Breland. He's the sheriff. Kyle Breland, excuse me, with the sheriff for Walthall County. Sheriff Breland, I am so sorry. I know your area has been hit very hard. What can you tell us about what you're seeing now?
Walthall County was hit pretty hard. We got numerous trees down on power lines and across roadways. We've got the ones open that we can open until the power company can clear these power lines. We do have one confirmed fatality and one person that I know of that was injured, that was seriously injured.
So you do have, we understand that there has been one fatality there, and are you saying there are others injured? Do you know about how many are injured?
I don't have a count on how many of minor injuries. There were some minor injuries, but I do know one person that was seriously injured.
All right.
Other than the fatality.
All right, thank you. What about the damage to the homes? Was there significant damage to homes and trees uprooted, and on the roads, the power lines you said are down?
Yeah, numerous trees, big trees, and several homes had damage too. And it was just completely demolished.
Were you prepared for this? I know we've been saying for a while, I know MEMA has been saying for the last 8 or 9 days that this storm was coming, and up to the last we've been talking about it. In your years in Walthall County, have you ever seen anything like this?
I've never seen one exactly cover an area as wide as this one has and done as much damage. But as far as being prepared, you're never prepared for something like this. We were ready, and we responded to it, and we've got it mostly under control. All the chaos right now.
I know.
It's just a silly situation, especially for the families that lost their loved ones.
Oh my goodness. What about the cleanup, or have you accounted? We've got live pictures here across the screen right now of Walthall County. Here you can see the situation here and all the this home right here completely demolished. Where do you stand now as far as, have you accounted for all the people pretty much, and have you begun is search and rescue over, and are now you in the cleanup mode?
Well, we got a few more resident assisted check because we couldn't get into the area because of the power lines down across the road.
Okay.
Not too many. We're gonna check those houses, but as far as I think we've covered most of the houses as far as looking for injuries, and now we're just gonna have to take time and start cleaning this mess.
And I assume some of your first responders were also hit by the damage.
Yes, they were.
All right. Well, we appreciate you talking to us now. I know you've got a lot ahead of you in the days coming, and certainly it has been a storm that we're not going to forget for a very long time, that's for sure, if forever. They'll be talking about this one. Two back-to-back tornadoes on the same path, just leaving a wake of destruction. All right, Sheriff Kyle Breland, Walthall County, thank you, sir, and stay safe out there.
All right, thank you.
And again, we're continuing our coverage of these deadly tornadoes. Right now, we know that all right, we have Jesse Finver live, WJTV 12's Jesse Finver live from Walthall County. He has been down there checking out what is going on. Jesse, what can you tell us? What are you seeing? I'm seeing some of the pictures that you're showing here.
Hey, Mel. Yeah, what you're looking at, a completely destroyed home. We're on Devon Road right now in Walthall County, and I'm going to hop in frame here. You can see behind me, completely destroyed home right here. And honestly, on this road, we've seen a whole lot of storm damage. Right now, down trees as you go down Devon Road south, you know, a lot of damage so far. A lot of down trees and whatnot as well.
Jesse, can you hear me at all? No, I don't think you can.
Yeah, Mel, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Down power lines. The sheriff was talking about a lot of down power lines.
Yeah, down power lines, down tree lines, down power lines, down telephone lines, a whole lot of storm damage. We've also seen roofs removed from homes, trees down in homes. And as you can see behind me, if we could try and get a better look right here, I mean, this home right here is completely destroyed behind us. And as we get a break in the rain real quick, just a lot of devastation. We have what looks like a volunteer fire department on the scene. As of right now, those are the only officials that we see so far. But as you can see mattresses, you can see you know, different parts of the home completely destroyed right there. A lot of devastation here in Walthall County. Mel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Jesse. Did you see the storm at all? Were you able? I know they dispatched you to Walthall when we knew that was an area that was going to take on a direct hit there. But on your way there, did you see the storm? Can you describe what you saw driving?
Yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of rain. You know, we were actually driving around a lot, and we were driving through what was like after the storm. We were getting there after the storm. So it was really, you know, once we got into Walthall County, we were able to see, you know, that there was a ton of storm damage, a lot of heavy rain. Right now we're getting a little bit of a break, but all around the sky, all around us, is just really dark clouds. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit. And like I've been mentioning, a lot of down trees, especially on this road, Devon Road in Walthall County, down power lines, and just really dark skies, a lot of rain. We saw flashes of lightning, just a lot of rain right now. And it seems like I kind of can't hear you all anymore. But yeah, as of right now, just a lot of rain.
All right, Jesse Finver reporting for us from Walthall County, a hard-hit area, one fatality there. Thank you, Jesse. And of course, we're going to continue updating you again. You just saw Walthall County, Jeff Davis County, Jones County, Walthall County, and of course, further up, we have Lawrence County, 2 deaths there. So we're just in the beginning of this, actually. Some people still not unaccounted for in certain areas in South Mississippi there. So, of course, you know, the search and rescue teams are there. The volunteer fire departments, a lot of these are volunteer fire departments that are working these cases. They, too, have gone through their own destruction, I'm sure. And so we'll continue to bring you as much information as we can for the aftermath. Right now that they are saying, though, you know, stay away from the area. Don't try to get out here. They're down power lines. There's down trees. You're just going to make it worse by trying to get down there. And, of course, it's going to start getting dark soon. All right, we're going to send it back over to Ken South, Chief Meteorologist, with where we are right now. How much longer, Ken?
Well, it could be quite a while, Melanie. We do have a line of severe thunderstorms now moving through West Arkansas, so it's going to take some time for that to swing all the way through Mississippi. Although I do want to show you that we are under a tornado watch here. That's the purple shaded area for Mississippi, parts of Louisiana, and a little bit of southeast Arkansas. But for West Arkansas, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. So we have hopes that once these lines in Mississippi actually move through the state, that our tornado threat is going to diminish, although the threat of severe weather is going to last really through the evening and could last all the way up to midnight as this swings through the state. Now, I'm thinking that this is primarily going to target the northern half of Mississippi, right around the Delta, likely north of Interstate 20. So we're thinking that once this comes through, that South Mississippi may be done with the storms, and it's going to take, though, a couple hours for that to happen. Right now, the tornado watch is still going to be in effect until 8 p.m. Right now, it's about 6:45, so we got about an hour and 15 minutes on this tornado watch. We'll see if it's extended in time, though, for East Mississippi. Now, we've already got the tornado watch extended into parts of Alabama and northwestern Georgia. There you see what's happening in northeastern Alabama. Tornado warnings there. So severe weather outbreak right now from Alabama and Georgia all the way back through Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. So a significant severe weather event, not only for Mississippi, but for several states in the southeast. Let's go ahead and take a look at Live Eye Max 2 full screen, and we'll focus in exactly on what's happening here right now. Let's go ahead and take off that watch area. And we'll take that off, and so you can just now see the warnings that we're dealing with across Mississippi. And we'll switch the radar back over to our single site local radar in Jackson. There you see the arm of the radar rotating through. Now back here to the west, none of these are severe right now. From let's say west of Interstate 55, we are looking at non-severe rain showers right there. So really all of the action right now is to the east of the interstate, and it's progressing off to the east towards Alabama. Now we're going to be watching a couple of areas really closely. That's the Pine Belt, obviously, and these thunderstorms that are coming out of southeastern Louisiana. Now that severe thunderstorm warning just ended at 6:45, but we're going to be watching for gusty winds, hail, lightning, heavy rain, and the potential for rotation with these thunderstorms as they're moving through the Pine Belt and eventually shifting east of Interstate 59. And then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning here for Attala County. That really is the only warning that we've got in our area that's either a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning. Obviously, there are flash flood warnings as well. But this severe thunderstorm warning for extreme northern Attala County is going to be in effect until 7:30 p.m. And I haven't seen this very often, but the storm is moving, get this, at 90 miles an hour. This severe thunderstorm now mostly moving to the north of Kosciuszko and Attala County. I believe that's Montgomery County, where we have Winona and up to Duck Hill, and eventually moving up to about Webster County. That severe thunderstorm is moving northeast at 90 miles per hour. So these storms are really racing off to the north and to the east. Let's query this once again. The storm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail that's less than 1 inch in diameter. So that would be less than quarter-sized hail. So likely, let's say, nickel-sized hail being generated by the storm. But obviously, heavy rain, lightning, and the fact that it is moving. so quickly that can produce damage as well. Now, what you're seeing right now are live pictures in Bassfield, Mississippi. That is the city that took a direct hit from the first tornado that went through that area. And Bassfield is in southwestern parts of Jefferson Davis County. I don't know if we can put this in double boxes and take a look at the radar as well, but we still do have, let's take Max 2. Well, that's all right. Jacob, if you can zoom in to the Bassfield area, Jefferson Davis County. I just want to show folks what's happening there right now. And this storm, not severe, but certainly it is a strong thunderstorm, which is moving through Jefferson Davis County from Prentiss back over to Bassfield, generating more lightning, more heavy rain, and more misery for these folks now in Bassfield that have already been hit by a catastrophic, large, violent tornado earlier this afternoon. And the picture that you're seeing on the right side of the screen is the damage, the wake of that storm, what happened after that storm moved through. And you can see complete devastation in the Bassfield area. Trees, most of them are gone now. We only have a few of those standing. Obviously, cars and structural damage being generated by that storm as it moved through earlier this afternoon. Again, we had wind estimates from the storm by the Storm Prediction Center at one point, packing winds of between about 170 and 205 miles per hour. That would put it on the upper end of tornadoes, either an F4, EF4, or EF5 potentially tornado. Now, we won't know for sure exactly what it was until the National Weather Service goes out and surveys this area, but you can see what they're going to be surveying, and that is just about complete devastation in this area. This is what you're looking at is the city of Bassfield in southeastern Jefferson Davis County, where a tornado hit earlier today, and right now they are still seeing heavy rain and gusty winds moving through that area, and there's going to be a potential for that over the next at least a couple of hours as more storms move up from southeast Louisiana right through the Pine Belt. In fact, let's take a look at, we'll come back to me on this camera, and I'll show you that we have got those storms, none of them severe right now, but we're still seeing extremely heavy rain moving up through this area. So what's going to be a concern going forward also is the fact that we could see the potential for flash flooding. Remember, this area has already been hit a couple of times today with extremely heavy rain, and now they're getting more widespread heavy rain and lightning coming from these non-severe thunderstorms, but they are strong and they are capable of producing that heavy rain and maybe even flash flooding as well. So again, it's been a bad day in Jefferson Davis County and Bassfield, and it's not quite over just yet. So right now we are got Gerald Harris out in the field right now reporting live. Gerald, what can you tell us about where you are and what you've seen?
Get your mic on, Gerald. Yeah, Ken, what we're seeing is complete devastation. You have cars that are flipped on its side. You have houses that have been removed from its foundation. A lot of people came out here to check on family members, but trees down. You have power lines down. It's an incredible sight to see, and how devastating the damage has been for this community. I mean, this is a well-knit community. People know each other, and just seeing the damage and the heartbreak on individuals' faces is heartbreaking. Also, not only that, but you have another round of rain coming, heavy rain, which is soaking people who have no other clothes to put on in many ways. I mean, they're escaped with the clothes that they have on their back, then the rain comes, and then they're out here soaking wet. And again, this is not an environment that you want to be out in at this moment with more rain coming, heavy rain coming. And we will certainly talk with folks around here and with officials to see exactly what is going on. We do know that there have been a couple injuries from this tornado move.
All right, thank you, Gerald. I can't even really imagine what those folks down there must be going through right now and what they're thinking right now, especially as the storms continue in that area. If we still have Gerald, I just wanted to ask you, I know you've probably been around just a little bit since you've been down there. Just how widespread is the damage? How extensive is it? Is it a small area? Is it concentrated to a small area? I've got a bad feeling that this is more of a widespread damage event.
Ken, what I'm seeing is more of a widespread situation. I mean, there are areas that you can, once you look to your left or to your right, you can see widespread. I mean, this was a huge storm that moved through this area. I mean, it toppled tractor-trailer trucks. I mean, this was a very powerful thing, and it certainly wasn't focused on one specific area. This was widespread throughout the county. I talked to the undersheriff who has seen multiple injuries. I mean, rescues are still ongoing now. We just saw someone get out of a bed, one of those paramedic beds, to go potentially put someone on and then carry them to safety. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. Multiple trees down, multiple power lines down in different areas, and you know, this is the tornado emergency we about constantly, and especially during this month. And Ken, you can talk a little bit more about that. This is a very dangerous month for the state of Mississippi.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the peak of our severe weather season in Mississippi, March going into late April. Of course, we've had several in the past major outbreaks in the month of April in the state of Mississippi. Just want to ask you about some of the damage that you witnessed. Now, we're looking right now at those trees that are stripped. We're looking at cars that have been tossed around, which is video evidence of why we tell people that they shouldn't be in vehicles and they shouldn't be in mobile homes. But you mentioned something earlier about houses being stripped down to their foundation. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah.
All right, obviously the weather is really bad in that area still. This is Bassfield. We're still seeing some heavy rain and some lightning and some thunder in that area right now. So as you can imagine, communications are going to be a little bit spotty. We're going to continue to go back to Gerald and our other crews, which are right now in South Mississippi, assessing the damage from this afternoon's storms. But we were talking about those homes. He said that initially that he had seen some that were stripped to their foundation. That would be an indication, Jacob, that these storms were EF4. Yeah. That's what usually happens with at least an EF4, maybe even an EF5 tornado, when you see absolutely nothing left of homes. It's something that I've only seen once before personally in the aftermath of a severe weather event in Mississippi, and unfortunately it looks like it might have happened again. So we're going to be going back to Gerald and again our other crews. We got John Conway that's going to be headed to a different spot in the Pine Belt, and we'll hear from him a little bit later on this evening. But Jacob, do you have any more information about what's happening right now?
Yeah, I can kind of give a recap of what's happening right now on Live IMAX 12. We have our main clusters of storms now, one of them now exiting the region up towards the Golden Triangle and into Alabama. We still have this cluster of storms in South Mississippi in the Pine Belt. Lots of lightning and strong winds down there. No major severe weather. And we still have this line that's kind of been falling apart. That's the good news. So some showers back towards the Mississippi River. I do want to zoom in and kind of show the single severe thunderstorm warning that is continuing for a few more minutes here in Smith County. The main part of this thunderstorm, though, has moved out, just some damaging winds. And again, in all of these storms, the Storm Prediction Center has told us that we still need to keep an eye out for rotation. So what I would be looking for here on our wind mode is any reds that would pop up next to the greens. And right now across most of South Mississippi, I'm not seeing that. There's a little spot right here in Smith County, so we can zoom in and we can examine this. And as we kind of look here at our wind mode versus our radar mode, we can see if that's going to be a possibility. And this is not really a strong storm. We have to keep an eye on this. This could spin up as it head towards Raleigh. If this gets any more strength, we have plenty of, not really any lightning actually, rather there in central Smith County. So that's a good sign that this severe thunderstorm warning may be the last warning that we have. And if that expires at 7 o'clock, then we will be warning free. However, just to remind everyone, we still have a tornado watch going until 8 p.m. for most folks. The exceptions are Pike and Walthall counties. New Orleans National Weather Service issues products for those counties, and Macomb and Tylertown under a tornado watch until midnight, although that certainly could be canceled earlier. Now, the National Weather Service here in Jackson has told us that they are beginning to clear out some places in northwest Mississippi from the tornado watch. So I expect places up in the Delta to be removed from this tornado watch pretty shortly, and will slowly be trimming things back into East Mississippi as we head throughout much of the evening. So it looks like the tornado watch has been canceled here we go. So it has not updated on our map yet, but the watch has been canceled for Adams, Claiborne, Issaquena, Jefferson, Sharkey, Warren counties here. So essentially, this row of counties here along the Mississippi River have been removed from the tornado watch, according to the National Weather Service here in Jackson. That'll likely update here on our products shortly. So again, the main severe weather threat is now slowly coming to an end. We hope we're continuing to keep an eye out on some of these cells out here in the Pine Belt. Right now, though, not seeing any significant signs of rotation. But again, still a lot of damage that has been left in South Mississippi, and unfortunately just even the rain and thunderstorms down there, though they may not be severe, are certainly going to be causing some issues, because this was the exact area that took major hits from two likely EF4 to EF5 tornadoes, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So not good news. Hopefully these storms clear out of here over the next couple of hours. I'll send it back over to our chief meteorologist, Ken South, in the Weather Lab.
All right. Thank you, Jacob, for that information. Yeah, if we take a look at the entire state of Mississippi, we can definitely see a marked decrease in the amount of action over the western part of the state, generally west of Interstate 55 from Macomb back up to Memphis. Although, if you look farther here off to the west, we've got more stuff happening here. Now, these are all severe thunderstorm warnings, and this area is under a severe thunderstorm watch. So we're hopeful here that that's all that would happen here in Mississippi are severe thunderstorm warnings, although we're going to have to be on the guard, it looks like, through about midnight tonight for the potential for severe weather. Although I think as this area of low pressure begins to track off to the north and to the east, this last little line is going to swing through mainly over the northern part of Mississippi from, let's say, I-20 and points north. So the Delta, once again, may be impacted by some heavy rain and some strong, potentially damaging winds. And we're going to have to be on the lookout for flash flooding. You see those flash flooding warnings really beginning to take over the east central part of Mississippi, really from Columbus, the Starkville area, the Golden Triangle area, all the way down to Carthage and back over toward Meridian. We've already seen about 2 to 3 inches of rain in this area, and it's definitely possible that we could get at least a ½ inch to an inch more from these storms. And then if we get more coming in later this evening, that's only going to add to our rainfall totals across Mississippi. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at rainfall totals. Let's take off the lightning. So we're just looking at rainfall totals now. This is our 12-hour rainfall totals, and we've got a couple of bullseyes right here. Let's see if we can query that. And yeah, right there. From Attala, Leake County into Winston County, we're looking at an estimate. Now, this is just an estimate by LiveEye Max 12 of about 6 inches of rain just since this severe weather event began earlier today. You could see how that would cause flash flooding. And there have been some flash flooding reports in this area. In fact, in Winston County near, I believe it was Prattville, one road has been washed out. So going forward, that's something that we're going to have to be on the lookout for, especially if more storms begins to come in from the west. I want to look at rainfall totals now across a wide area, and the average accumulation in this box here is more like about 2 inches, and I think that's going to be more common for most places, getting about 1 to 2 inches of rain with a storm. But obviously, again, we are not quite done just yet with what is moving through the area. Let's go ahead and take a look at radar once again, and we'll turn on the watches and the warnings, or at least just the warnings right now. And again, we're not seeing anything in terms of warnings in our immediate area, except that we do have these flash flood warnings that pick up right around the Carthage area and points east. And we're going to be watching the incoming weather moving in from the Arklatex from western Arkansas for later this evening. We are concerned about this heavy rain that's moving through the Pine Belt in areas that have obviously already been hit hard with severe weather earlier today with those two massive catastrophic tornadoes coming through this area. Now we're looking at more rain, more gusty winds, more lightning strikes, and this is an area that we've got several crews in right now. We just heard from 12 News' Gerald Harris. He's in the Bassfield area that took a direct hit from the first tornado that came through the Pine Belt. That was honestly just a few hours ago. I'm thinking it was right around the 4 o'clock hour that hit. And another crew that we've got out right now is meteorologist John Conway. He headed out just a little over an hour ago to assess more of the damage, and right now John is in Seminary. So John, tell us what you're seeing where you are.
We are in Seminary, south of Collins right now, where earlier this afternoon a powerful suspected tornado made its way through the community just to the south of Collins. On our way down here north of Collins, we saw the southbound lanes of U.S. Route 49 closed due to debris in the roadway. And now that we're in Seminary, we're seeing extensive damage, including lots of snap trees as well as structure damage. Now, right now, I'm joined by Christopher Yates. You've been telling me that your mother lives in the home across the street. Can you tell us a little bit about what your mother told you that she saw and heard as this storm rolled its way through?
As they was about 4 minutes before the storm hit, I called my mother and I said, the storm's coming, but it's coming towards Seminary. I said, but it's going to go north of us and come to you. And she said, no, it's going to come into you guys. And about that time, I was watching weather radar, and it wasn't 3 minutes later, I called her back, and she said, we just took a direct hit. And they was I could hear screaming in the background, but everything's gone. Everything's gone. But it's time for America to repent and take back what we got and move on forward. I thank God for everything he's done, saving my family. We're looking for our dog right now, but he's done gone too. But it's just devastation. It's devastation all through here. I've got friends down through here that lost everything. But we still have our faith, and we still have Jesus to stand on. That's all I got to say.
Was everyone okay?
Everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. A little shook up, but everybody's fine.
And tell us a little bit about the damage that was sustained by the home.
Oh, the damage, it's everything. My stepdad's shop, he's lost everything. All his tools and everything's gone. We had 3 more sheds in the back full of family heirlooms. It's all gone. It's just total destruction. My neighbor over here, Miss Sokovich, she's lost everything, but had insurance. We had insurance on the house. The vehicles, my mom's car was spared. But the little house over here, it was my grandmother's. It survived Hurricane Frederick. And it's what saved their lives, was not only the grace of God, but that little house over there. I think it got moved maybe 6 inches out of square. I was looking at it a while ago. But it's amazing.
Okay, well, thank you so very much for your time, and all the best to you and your family as you continue to put the pieces back together.
Time for America to repent.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Yates. We are live in the Seminary area just south of Collins, where a powerful suspected tornado moved its way through earlier this afternoon. We're going to be continuing to investigate the aftermath of this storm, but for now, I'm John Conway reporting south of Collins on US 49. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, John, for that report. Again, John is in Seminary right now, which is down Highway 49 south of Collins in Covington County. Again, that area taking a hit from a tornado earlier this afternoon. 2 massive tornadoes rumbling through just about the same area earlier today. Thankfully, the weather quieting down just a little bit. Now, we still do have heavy rain, strong thunderstorms, and lots of thunder and lightning moving through this area, but right now, we're not seeing anything, thankfully, that is severe. No severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings, although we still are under a tornado watch for much of our area. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at that. And this is our tornado watch. It's going to be in effect until 8 p.m. Now, we have had some counties that have been paired out of the watch. We expected this to happen from west to east. So basically our river counties along the Mississippi River, you're now out of the tornado watch, but the metro, you're still in it until 8 p.m. and obviously points east of there to include east central Mississippi, the Meridian area, and also down around the Pine Belt to include Laurel and Hattiesburg and places like Macomb and Tylertown and Pike and in Walthall counties. And this extends all the way down to the Gulf Coast. And you'll notice here that we have got the watch extending all the way into Alabama, southeast Louisiana, parts of Tennessee, and Georgia as well. So it is going to be a long evening across the southeast. Not quite done just yet with all of these storms. And in fact, we've got more storms back off to the west of us here, moving through Arkansas. Now, there's a severe thunderstorm watch here. It's not a tornado watch, but still severe thunderstorms from the Arklatex back through central Arkansas. Let's take a look at a different radar view. This is our composite radar, so we can see what's happening even this far back out to the west. Heavy rain, hail, lightning possible with these storms, and I think this is going to be swinging through mainly the northern parts of Mississippi as we go through the next several hours, mainly north of Interstate 20. So, all right, we're going to send it to Melanie or Jacob right now. All right, let's send it back over to the news desk and Melanie Christopher.
All right. Thank you very much, Ken. As Ken said, it's still going to be a busy night, but it has slowed down a little bit. They are concerned now, of course, about those that weather that's coming in from Arkansas, that rain, heavy thunderstorms coming in, heading to the Delta. So we will keep on top of that for you, as well as search and rescue missions going on in South Mississippi. Unfortunately, we have had more fatalities reported. Walthall County, 1 person, Lawrence County, 2, and now Jeff Davis with 3. And all these counties were hit very hard by this back-to-back huge 2 tornadoes, possibly EF 4s or 5s, and coming on the same path. So a lot of destruction, as you've seen. People now just kind of out there looking things over, but heavy rainfall too on them. And as Gerald Harris reported for us from Bassfield, you know, making it even harder for people to get out and look at things because they're soaking wet now. So a lot ahead for this part of Mississippi for a while to come. But right now, we're going to take you to our regularly scheduled programming, and we'll be back.